this moment, and he is really going to set the pace for the rest of the team.
There is Wooten on your screens. It's well documented, mouse and keyboard player. The Flying Finn. He's really been the crown jewel of Europe since his, it must be said that he exploded onto the scene. He came from nowhere. As a matter of fact, he came from Splitgate. That's where he was all the time, hiding over on Splitgate, and what a gem Europe has found.
I mean, eventually a team took a risk on him, and they said this kid seems to have that little bit of magic, but will that magic be enough to send Luminon Gaming that one step further into the elimination finals? We'll find out shortly, because it looks like we are just about ready to get into Stronghold's live fight.
Uncharted territory, deep, deep waters. It's time to sink or swim. Shields up, weapons hot, we're underway.
And boy, I've been waiting to hear that on Championship Sunday. For one last time here in Halo Infinite, our World Championship, as now we see Glory already getting hold of that sniper rifle. We didn't get a chance to maybe mention Glory that much in the pre-round ball, but he's going to be so important to this team, especially when it comes to objective work. Glory is always first in on strongholds, trying to take those fights, but it is going to be Envy taking the lead here early. Luminol off that starting strategy, just not really able to get their footing.
You spoke about early. Glory was here at 8:20 a.m. shooting, warming up, getting ready. The motivation for these two teams is at its highest. This is the furthest they have gotten. Picky gets a kill down bottom middle. Woodham forces Picky to back away using that QT. Drops down on top of Woodham, drops the elbow, picks up the sniper rifle.
These players have to remember this is a marathon, not a sprint, with it being a best of 7 instead of a best of 5. Not many of these players, if any, have ever played a best of 7 on that main stage, just because of best of 5s featuring up until grand finals previously. So it means you can take a little bit more time. You don't have to worry if you do go down. You've also got to be prepared mentally that if you start to lose a couple, to try and bounce back and try and dig deep when it gets to the latter stages of this series. Glory now trying to hold onto pillars, but Precision's got that sniper rifle that he loves, but Wooten shuts him down.
The tempo so fast right now. Barely time to catch your breath, these players. The competition's at its highest. The cream has risen to the top. You find yourself amongst the elite now, and just a couple of series away from challenging for the gold. SLG will fall back green. Glory's in the respawn screen as well. That means numbers advantage for Envy. They're going to use that to capture B. Precision goes back towards back tower to hold A. This is good from Envy.
Envy have done very well at out-rotating Luminon so far. As soon as Luminon starts to transition to one of these strongholds, Envy are just countering their rotation and heading around the other side of the map, and they are keeping Luminon just at a safe distance here, but also winning a lot of individual fights that are really changing the scoreline here in their favor. As Wooten's gone down again, Piggy's able to find him, and it looks like they're going to push for a trip gap, but as I say that, Luminon are going to be over towards C. So again, another example of Envy recognizing where Luminon were pushing and instantly shifting towards A.
Envy applying so much pressure. They're getting the QTs, they're getting the camouflages. We haven't seen the sniper rifle be that effective so far, but that story can soon change. Lovely damage put down by Precision here as he spins and a dime, gets one more. Piggy had already stuck Glory. Now he just looks for information. His two of his teammates are in the respawn screen. He spotted out Snipe Drone, who's headed towards Black Tunnel. He doubles back. Big trouble for the Englishman. As two members of Envy collapse, they pincer and they take him down.
That gap is starting to get a little bit scary for Luminon Gaming. One thing we learned yesterday is that you don't want to allow Envy to get much of a lead. Cloud9, they allowed Envy to get too far ahead time and time again. They just couldn't do enough to claw their way back into each game because Envy are so good when they're able to get ahead and have some structure about them. But now, Luminon will finally have the first time to set up properly. There was 4 dead for Envy temporarily. And SLG, the main man himself, is going to have the sniper rifle here. And we talk about Legend being the greatest European player of all time. We have to start saying just how good SLG is as well. Remember, he was on that quadrant team that made history. And now he's making history again here for Luminon Gaming.
SLG's in big trouble though. Luminon did plant their feet. They started to find some form, but Envy explode off the blocks after that initial pick onto SLG over towards tower. A and B still in control of Luminon. The fight's over here towards dummies. Glory tries to back away. Descendant's desperately trying to find him, but he's just managed to evade the attentions for now. SLG spins a grenade towards Cuts. Lovely shot from Descendant, takes down SLG. No more shield to play with though. Piggy goes down as well. So it's a 2v2 on the map. Woodham's going to get C, but they're going to lose B.
It's evident Luminon also falling victim to a slow start again here, as almost predicted by SLG when I did chat to him. He knows full well that sometimes they're a little slow out of the blocks, but you can kind of find that pace in game 1 and you don't have to wait until game 2, then you're very relieved. Still, it's only a 50-second gap. It's nothing too impossible to catch up on at this point, but I will say Envy looking very confident in their shot. Sender, though, not able to get the better of SLG this time.
SLG 10, 6, and 7, leading his team in the charge for victory here on map number 1. And it can just be one that settles the nerves. You go one up to the good. You start to ask questions of Envy. Remember, folks, this is the best of 7. There can be no excuses at the end of the series that we didn't like our map mode combinations. You have 4 chances, 4 victories required to progress here. Descended over towards scoreboard. Precision's got the camouflage again. This is what Envy are doing very, very well, getting the power-up stat.
And I think off the back of that, you say 4 chances. You can also have 3 mistakes. You can have 3 bad maps if you really want to dive that deep down the rabbit hole. If your map pool isn't that great, you can afford to have a couple of extra losses here in the best of 7. Now, Luminon are starting to catch up a little bit. Envy finally regain a little bit of control, but it's instantly wiped back away. Luminon Gaming now rotating better as a unit, but they've also been flanking far better as well, as Glory gets behind. The teammates join him, but he said, I didn't really need you boys. The double was already secured, and now just like that, Luminon have the lead. They have a trip cap. Envy on the back foot.
You notice people at home cheering on the Europeans. It's beggars belief. We thought we'd never get here at the Halo World Championships to have a team on that main stage representing us. But Envy are no easy task, and they've proven that this tournament. They might even be the slight favorites in this series. And Europe are quite happy to play the underdog, because their bark and their bite are pretty savage.
But it shows how both teams have progressed over this season, right? At one point they were competing for top 6, these 2 squads. Probably top 8 at one point throughout this season as well, and now suddenly they're fighting each other for top 3 at the World Championship. Now remember, Envy were up by 50, and just as you blink and miss it, suddenly it's Luminon now who have a 50-point lead. And what they would have learned is that it is very easy to get back into things once you have that control, especially if you see all 4 of your team go down.
A and B now for Envy. Jackson shields get popped in towards house. SLG's quite happy with the damage he's done. Opts to rotate towards B. Envy go 3 to the grave. And now it's about predicting those spawns. You can see SLG takes control of tower. They're happy to let them spawn inside house. And wait to see what way Envy like to push. What way are they going to lean here? The resource is going to be sent towards B for Envy. Luminon recognize that. The problem is Rotom and Sniper Drone have gone down. There's been enough damage to make sure Glory can capitalize on 1 kill. Precision waits for his teammates to come, but the help's not going to come quick enough. He's going to fall. A and C now. Held for Luminon. And they're very close to taking map number 1.
Oh, such good movement, such good play from SLG though. It was the fact he took that route through bottom middle. He knew Envy had to push B from A, and then he just steals away A from them, and he's able to then backstab, which means Luminon continue to score here. 226, they are now only 20 points away from winning this game 1.
SLG playing this so perfect. Does the damage, backs away, prioritizes staying alive. He knows how important he is on the map here, just to hold B. Gives it up for a moment. Leans over to help his teammates on the sandbag side.
Enemy team score.
Patiently waits, happy to let Envy capture B. This next round of slays is going to be so important, and for Envy, Dan, one more mistake and this map could be over.
And that's why Luminon are just taking their time here, trying to plan some form of attack, waiting for maybe a little bit of an opening, but it hasn't happened. That is a good passage of play here for Envy, and Glory is going to go down, so that won't be A taken, and now going to be total control. And now off spawn, Luminon are going to be at 6s and 7s a little bit here. They're going to be stuck over towards green, but I think they get a split spawn, which actually might work out for them here. Now they're going to try and take A. It's going to be very quickly off spawn for Envy to ensure they try and take B back, which they are going to. They are surviving for now.
Just threading water for now. Piggy inside A. Sending is there to provide cover fire. Sniper shot from top middle, won't find a home. Jackson continues to bait, continues to jiggle. And it's the Irishman, the man from Cork with the sniper rifle in his hands now. What can he do with the wig wobbler? Looks towards green. Nobody home for now. Piggy just about evades the snipe shot. And all of a sudden, Luminon allowing Envy to grow back into this one. 2 go down for Envy. It's a 2v2 on the map. They're losing C but capturing A. This is a great decision for Glory just to go B.
I don't think he can though. I don't think he can risk it. He knows that he's in a powerful position at the moment. He needs his teammates to be creating space for him. That would have been a big shot if he had hit it, but now he has to try and retreat, stay alive, but you are always so vulnerable in that position. B has been taken though. Luminon starts to score, but now A is going to be where the battle changes to instead, as Rootum unable to take down Descendant, and now Snipe Drone in a big 1v1.
Has a shield advantage, 3 there. Descendant last man alive for his team. 2 spawn. Over towards A. Snipe Drone got 2 players in his crosshairs. He goes down. And Envy again. Staying alive, staying afloat. If only for now. B and C in control of Luminon. They've lost a couple of members, put so many resources into capturing B, and they've allowed Envy right back into this one. And threatening a triple cap now.
3 are dead again, and Luminon Gaming, now this is where you start to sweat a little bit. You are so close to taking game 1, but how many times historically have we seen European teams in a position like this, where they are about to win, but then they just let it slip through their fingers? Luminon just need that one break, that one moment, but Envy have done fantastically here to deny them over and over again. And now look at the positions that Envy are putting themselves in. They are covering the angles. They are forcing Luminon to take a risk here with their push.
SLG heads over top middle. The play call is they're gonna go and try a play for C. They're inside. Piggy gets one back tower. Snipe Drone trying to clear him out. This is a very difficult one. Piggy just finesses and plays his life. All 4 dead now for Luminon Gaming, and Envy are about to take the lead here.
They might take the game. I don't even know if there's time. Rootumov's spawn is going to be the first point of contact. You've got to jump in, but he cannot do it. And Envy, they steal game 1 away from Luminon. When Luminon was so close to taking success in that first. Denied by Envy.
It was a heist, a smash and grab. Luminon thought they'd done everything they needed to. They started to play patient, started to play passive, and was that their undoing?
And now this is going to be one of those scenarios where you are thankful it is a best of 7. It does give you that little bit of extra time, but it will be a bitter pill to swallow for Luminon with just how close they were. But that's Strongholds in a nutshell. That's why we love that mode, because it is such a swinging game, back and forth like a pendulum, and it is so hard to predict. But Luminon will find themselves 1-0 down in the series. I mean, look like Envy were in so much control at the start of this game. As we look back at some of the highlights, they were up by 50, 60, 70 points. But then Luminon battle their way back. I think they went maybe 100 or so, maybe 150 points unanswered from Envy, but then just couldn't close it out.
The early game favored Envy. Luminon roared right back into things. Got themselves to 241 points, and they ended after that great mid-game on 245. Just could not wrestle back control. And Envy now 1 game to the good. And you wonder, what does that do for the mentals of Luminon Gaming? How often do we see the European teams break our hearts, get so close? But it's all ifs and buts, maybes. And that's exactly what we've seen in game 1. And you wonder, Slayer on Solitude, it's going to be much bigger for the Europeans than it is for Envy here.
It is a tough old Slayer for Luminon Gaming as well. They have struggled typically in this mapping mode. It's not going to be an easy one for them whatsoever. Envy, however, it is one of their better modes here, Jersey. Now, we are going to take a quick break because we have a temporary issue on the main stage that we're going to get fixed, so don't you go anywhere. When we come back, we will, of course, continue this elimination semi-final.
more Halo action? Subscribe to the Halo Esports channel for official HCS highlights, behind-the-scenes content, and player spotlights that take you closer to the pros. Stay in the loop with official updates, Halo Esports history, and our HCS and Community Top 10 series. Don't miss a second. Subscribe now.
Party's over. You belong to me.
Satisfactory.
Special delivery. Betrayal. Combat evolved.
Welcome back, folks. We're still just ironing out a few of those issues on the main stage, making sure cables are in the right place and Ethernets are all hooked up. But what we do have is something very exciting, Dan, because the players were voting for the best clip on LAN of Halo Infinite, and it's come down to a couple. Ooh. It's Chicks Overkill, who we can announce, Dan, was a runner-up, which, for me, I'm not so happy about.
Not so happy about because you were commentating on it? And because you're a
I don't want to
European,
talk. I'm not talking about the
perhaps.
bias.
Well, if you don't remember what Chick's Overkill was like, and I remember it very fondly, I can show you right now. Let's take a look. Once they recognize the players on their own, they will just jump on you, and that team shot is so difficult to play against. And Chick may be starting to heat up.
Oh! Jack! Wobbling them wings into the overkill!
Greatest clip of all time as far as I'm concerned, Dan.
Yeah, I think Golden Boy voted. He hates the Europeans, that's what I've heard. But yeah, that'll be the runner-up. But of course, there has to be a winner. It was Lucid and what he was able to provide on the main stage. Let's have a quick look and a memory of what that one like.
Yeah, Mental was sniped top tower now. Wins a nice body shot onto the player, bottom trending. But Mental's gonna back it up, not gonna overextend. They lose 2 players, and once again, the ball is gonna get played. Mental actually gonna throw the snipe off the map, but Lucid catches it. Lucid catches the snipe in midair before it can go off the map. And let's see what this means for Optic Gaming's new setup.
Я в небольшом шоке. У нас тут ретроспектива какая-то началась, показывают чужую индустрии, старые игры. Optic Gaming, Shopify, Rebellion, на прошлое. И они сыграли только одну игру. Они сыграли только одну игру, серьезно? Как? Я в шоке. Они специально, засранцы, специально растягивают. Только одна игра закончилась. Lucid Overkill on Live Fire. Ага.
Is at the start of this clip was when he caught the sniper rifle. I mean, that is just something that adds, I think, a little bit of extra flavor to it. And just, I mean, unbelievable. The fact you could do this on the main stage as well against these names, that's something you've also got to take into account. Look who you're going up against.
It also has to be said for Shopify Rebellion, think, oh, don't worry about it, we've thrown the sniper rifle off the map, and all of a sudden, it ends up in Lucid's hands. And this is possibly the worst thing that could have happened. He hits some amazing shots, and to end it off, that player sliding from top tower to hit that shot, body on the soul snipe, turns and whips, catches that shot's incredible. The whip, the adjustment of the crosshair to take down Mental, and the overkill. So I won't say what.
Еще они обсуждают вообще что-то другое. У нас же там европейцы против американцев. Hello, hello. Yo. Что происходит? Якась дурня, якщо чесно. Best of 7, ребята, это капец. Best of 7, лучшие из 7. Как мне... Почему, во-первых, я вот в чем дело. Почему оно не сохраняется? Вот так должно быть лучше, по идее, но... Что сейчас стало? О, Solitude. Solitude, окей. Я не понимаю, почему оно так странно получается. Вебкой каждый раз. Ну, так попробуем. О, Glory. Надо вот этих ребят запоминать. Это европейцы, ребята. Это первая европейская команда, которая дошла до чемпионата мира. Вдумайтесь вообще. Они вроде бы Акава выбили еще какую-то команду. Кава, кстати, это австралийцы. Тоже первая австралийская команда, которая добралась до Worlds. А я думаю, что еще слышишь, у меня тут на мониторе яркость стоит на минимуме. Я думаю, что такое? Back.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a frustrating one for Glory. You can see the confusion on his face when he did go down, but I believe the kill was traded out as he quickly called it to the rest of the team.
Я, наверное, еще меньше сделаю QR-код для сообщества. Так, а ну.
SLG tried to get aggressive. Up on the goal ledge he went. Precision trades out with a stick on the glory. We spoke about how important map 1 would be just to settle the nerves, ease the pressures, and it was Envy who secured it. Has that just taken the wind out of Luminon? They hold a 2-kill lead here. You have to feel like this Slayer is massive for many reasons, but just for the mental aspect of it. Being down 0-2.
The Slayer is massive. You know what else is massive?
No matter how close you come.
Дальше понятно. Мой стол становится все более забитым всякой фигней. Места все меньше и меньше. Ого, они вровень идут, ничего себе. Не, ну Precision, Descendant и Nickson сильные ребята, не спорю, но... Вот я вот Тума знаю из Luminon Gaming и все. Конечно, такие у них ники интересные. Снайпер Дроу, Сил Джиз и Глори Джиз. Ой-ой-ой. Ой-ой-ой. Ой-ой-ой-ой.
Game continues to be sporadic. Widom dives over towards Hotel. Snipe drone makes its way towards the snipe side. Elevates himself to S4, looking for a vantage point. Putting down damage. You can see he's not comfortable. Taking damage, forced to back away. Trying to clear out Precision, gets the kill. 5 beautiful shots will take down Precision. And will that give Snipe Drone the confidence he needs?
Yeah, that's going to be important. As Snipe Drone starts to lock in and he's laser focused, he is a turret. An absolute powerhouse on the map. I'm sure anyone would fear crossing his path, but they still find themselves 3 kills down. And Snipe Drone now the last remaining player. Sadly, he's going to have to take this 1v1, and Piggy gets the better of him, had the high ground, had the advantage. And now Envy find themselves up by 5, and they did temporarily have the majority of Luminon down, so they should be able to get a good amount of map control here. They forced Luminon back over into blue. Now this is where things can start to get ugly. When you force now Luminon to have to make a decision, like do you try and push through yard, do you try and then push out through blue? Either.
Так, а ну-ка сейчас секунду.
Luminon on the back foot. 4 kills the point of difference. Make it 3. As Descendant goes down, top goal ledge. Blue spawns coming now for Envy. Are Luminon aware of that? Glory down to no shields. Will he just get away? SLG covers for him. Expertly done with the bait and switch from the Frenchman. Precision trying to stay alive on the sideline.
Что-то наши землячки дают слабины конкретные. Ребята, собирайтесь, у вас и так 0-1, но... Не-не. Причем бегают в разброс. Бегают... Ё-моё. 1, 2, минус. Ай-яй. Почти сравняли. Вот, к слову, Luminon, наши европейцы, да? Вот Снайпер Джон отвратительно играет вообще. KDA минусовой. 4 убийства всего лишь. 10 смертей. Glory GG вот сейчас показывают его. 8 убийств. 10 смертей. Ай-яй-яй. Ай-яй-яй. Партия не удовлетворена. Ай-яй-яй. 40... О! Неужели лидирует? 42-39. Ничего себе. Неужели? 43-39. Ну давайте, ребята. Не, я буду в шоке, если они выиграют против Envy 4-3 там, или да, там 4 им надо выиграть карта. Если не выиграют, то они проходят в топ-3. Это вообще шок просто, типа. Мало того, что команда европейцев впервые прошла в чемпионат мира, так еще и в топ-3 потенциально. Но пока топ-4 тоже неплохо. Учитывая то, что они прошли дальше фейзы и SSG, это вообще шок. Просто взрыв. Просто взрыв мозга, вот реально. European just 2 kills away. Да все, тут давайте, ребята, 1-1 сейчас будет. Я уверен. Не может быть такого, что они сейчас 5 раз... Ой, Вутум, и вот я же вспоминал, я же говорил, что вот этого челика, про этого челика я слышал, вот это нормальный челик. Правда? Вутум, 20 убийств, ничего себе, почти половина. Это он. Him. Yes, him. Guys, it's him. Huh? It's him, it's Vutум. Vutум. Окей, 1-1.
Confident from Luminon Gaming, perhaps learning from their mistakes from game one where they took too much time, I think. They were trying to plan out, trying to plan how they were going to break, and they just gave Envy the opportunity to go on that run. By taking that risk when you have that little bit of an extra cushion, it just meant that maybe Envy were not expecting said push to come from Blue. And we're all tied up, 1-1.
And has the complexion of this series completely shifted? We're so used to in the best of fives, game 3 being the swing. But you've got a lot more runway now. We spoke about it, Dan, a little earlier. You've 4 chances to win. But you've also got 3 mistakes. Both teams have already lost a life. Massive moments. And again, to highlight how important it was for Wootum to have that performance. 20 kills, Dan. It cannot be understated.
Well, map 3 is going to be Aquarius Neutral Bomb, which is one of my favorites to watch. Very methodical, trying to plan out how you're going to get that bomb into the base and get it down without being naded out. Both teams 4-3 and 5-3, so it's a pretty even map in mode for both of them. No one is going to be particularly confident on it just from those numbers, but who's been putting in the work in the background. Now the players I'm going to want to highlight, you've got Precision and Descendant on one side, Glory and Wootum on the other. Both of them have been able to just be at the forefront of their roster when it comes to getting those kills on the board. Incredible KDAs from both, but also keep an eye on SLG and Nickson as the assist machines when it comes to Neutral Bomb. They are always there laying down the foundations for their squad, ensuring that damage is being dealt so that the main slayers can go out and do their job.
Massive map on the horizon now. You speak about big game players and who is to watch and what's the most effective way to play the game. And we've seen Halo Infinite throughout his lifespan, game plans develop. Flag play is much different to Assault, but one thing rings true. You want to try and spawn them over towards that bridge. You want unrelenting pressure. And something maybe Luminon didn't do as well in the last game was capturing those camouflages. Having a look at the record, 5-4 versus 8-3 with an average pass of 1.9 and 2.3. Very little to separate them, but perhaps, Dan, this one maybe favors Envy.
Maybe a little bit, and I think that Nickson is going to be one of the key reasons of that. I think anchor players are so important in this map and mode, even more so than CTF sometimes, because that power position of taking a base or maybe taking a top P or top car, unbelievable control you can find yourself in if you're a confident damage dealer. How many times do you see someone take one of those spots, get shot once, and then they just back down, and then you're a non-factor, and it allows the other team to take so much space. But the likes of Nickson, he is fearless when he's in front of enemies. He'll take a couple of shots, but he's happy to re-peek And it might look a little bit silly at first glance, but just being able to fire back and force someone down, force them to back down, just allows your teammates to do so much more on the map. It is something similar that Snipe Drone also does on the side of Luminon. SLG is also very good at it, but Nickson statistically has the advantage over both when it comes to that kind of position. And we'll have to see whether he can be that key factor here on Neutral Bomb Aquarius.
I'm so happy you've highlighted Snipe Drone. And although he may have looked a little bit more uncomfortable in the Slayer, I have watched him play this map for 4 years now, and this might be one of his best. Having that option to sit in a window, to put down damage. He's a laser beam, you call him a turret, and I expect to see that here and now. Wootum in his base, battle rifle in hands. You put the mouse and keyboard on that long line of sight, because he can be the most accurate, he can have the most damage output.
But at the same time, with the positions and the confidence that Wootum has, I sometimes like when he plays a little bit more aggressive and gets up in the face of his enemies. And even though he's at a slight disadvantage when he does play in that position, be it on mouse and keyboard, he never looks out of place. Always happy to take those engagements and always confident to be in them as well, as now Descendant has got that camouflage. I was a little bit worried when I saw the start of the last game. Envy just seemed to be getting camo a little bit too easily, but then I think Luminon made those tweaks and adjustments that SLG was talking about. They noticed how much Envy was prioritizing, putting themselves in a position where they could just force Luminon away. So perhaps they will take some of that into this game 3 here and ensure that these camouflages are not as easy as that first one was.
Descendant marauding around. Luminon all go home, looking to play defense here. The camo just dissipates now. Wootum forced into a fight with Descendant. Child gets put down. Piggy soars up the stairs. The bomb's coming too. Nickson gets a couple of kills. Luminon have 3 players in the grave. And this should be, and will, Envy opening up the score, breaking the deadlock.
Maybe a little bit too easy here for Envy, and Luminon will have to learn from that one. You can't afford to all fall like that quickly when your bomb is in a position like that as well. Very vulnerable spot they found themselves in. But now Envy, this is the perfect position for them. They love being ahead, as I'm sure every team does, but the structure that they find when they're ahead, they look so much more comfortable. Sometimes when they're behind, they start to struggle a little bit. Maybe play a little bit too quick, a little bit fast, but now they can set the pace here. They're starting to move that bomb again. They put it in exactly the same position. Put it at front base, then take the fight. If you win the engagement, then you start to move it in. This time, Luminon have done better at shutting down the player at top middle.
Wootum's in hot pursuit, trying to find Piggy, and he's just lost him in the lights. Finally tracked them down. Can smell the bacon. Precision tries to go up the stairs, cannot do so. Double kill locked in for the finish. Masterpiece. What a masterclass he put on for us in the Slayer. But he finds himself down by 1, as do his team. And it really is Envy being the aggressors here, and Luminon forced to react time and time again. And Envy already have a lead to hold.
Yeah, Envy are not letting up. As is evident by
Если честно, пацаны, идут что-то вяленько, очень вяло. Что одна сторона, что вторая.
But there is still a couple of spawns inside base. SLG and Wootum are there. Glory and Snipe Drone, and they all get together in base. No one looking to try and take space at the moment, but Glory has been spotted.
SLG ventures out, gets 1. Unfortunately though, Wootum has fallen. Numbers advantage again for Envy. Precision down to no shields. Glory gets a huge kill, but Nickson's going to collapse on the base. Trying to capitalize the damage already done by his teammate. Glory tries desperately to close the distance, but he gets cut down. Envy still applying the pressure, but the bomb resets.
Well, Luminon parked the bus, and it worked out for this time, but you need to start creating space and actually finding a position top car where they can begin to laying down some pressure onto Envy. Not going to win the game by sitting back in the base, but they're also reluctant to allow Envy just to walk up as comfortably as they did the first time. Definitely playing a little bit scared at the moment, are Luminon. I think Envy far more comfortable with the position they found themselves in thus far.
The game is well and truly being played inside Luminon's half. He's not even really threatened to push the bomb across the halfway point. It's been all defense. Perhaps now is the time for the tide to change. 2 members over towards the engine area now, on the car side. But they slip away and evade Snipe Drone's crosshairs. If only for a moment. as he's still trying to find information.
That's one of the most frustrating things when you make that flank around, you find no one, and then you find yourself in a vulnerable position because of it. You were in such a good spot, but then suddenly you have to then play a blind angle and hope that you're not going to be spotted out. And in the end, Piggy, I think, picks up a triple off the back of it. SLG does shut him down before anything crazy happened. That bomb was not moved any further just because Envy were just able to get pretty fortunate with the timing on the sniper drone, I will say.
Speak about timing. SLG hit YY, battle rifle came out, expanded. It was half and half and not able to put down any damage. That meant that Jackson was the favorite to win the fight. Sniper drone settles for a trade now. And again, Envy pushing forward. Camouflage is up. And every single camouflage that's been on the map so far has belonged to the boys in blue. Double kill for Precision. He might not be done just yet. Turns his attention towards SLG, who just gets away. That camouflage still waits for somebody to be brave. It was SLG who made the move. Precision cuts him down. And he's laying siege to the base once more.
This is the power position now. When you get in the enemy base, you force those spawns outside and you can start to lay down damage, but Precision has been spotted out. Wootum shuts him down immediately. But now Piggy's found himself a camouflage. And can they spot this little Piggy, or is he going to be able to run rampant now with the plasma pistol?
One thing this Piggy's doing, he's not off the market or home. He's heading to the enemy base. And he can be a little bit of a predator. Gets the information. Glory down to no shields. Almost turned the tide of that fight. Piggy spares his blushes by locking in that final kill. That final shot does connect. But again, they're happy to play this one patient, our Envy. Playing it very slow now all of a sudden.
And Envy would happily finish this one. 1-0, but Piggy does get behind enemy lines, does pick up the double. Also applies damage onto Glory. It's all 4 dead for Luminon. The bomb can begin to move, but they won't be able to plant it initially. They have to get another round of kills here. You don't want to give up your position, considering how much control you have at the moment as well, but Piggy does get caught out by SLG.
Grenades exploding everywhere, shrapnel flying left and right. Precision shield looking worse for wear. Looking ragged now. Has nowhere to go. 2 dead now. And now all of a sudden Luminon, they can think about pushing forward and pushing themselves. Plan attack, plot and scheme. But they've got to find a way to clear out Descendant here. Just marking the bomb. Precision's down bottom middle. Glory just looks away at the worst possible moment. The bomb is being moved. Piggy settles for a trade, and that's much better for Envy than it is for Luminon.
Luminon tried their best to slay as they moved with that bomb, but the bomb is so heavy. The weight of it, you can't move it as fast as you could perhaps historically in previous Halos. You try and toss it, and it just drops straight back down, so it is a slow old maneuver trying to get to the enemy base at times. Now it looks like Envy are going to be able to recover it, toss it back out. One thing Luminon will be happy about is they have been able to regain a little bit more map control here. They are not forced back into the base like they were for the first opening like 4 or 5 minutes. As 2 go down now for Envy. The bomb is being planted. The bomb will be armed. And Luminon will find their capture. They will find their equalizer here. And we're all tied up.
The first time that Luminon have really threatened to put a bomb plant in, and they've been successful. Maximum efficiency. It was their first camouflage grab, but it's been burned. They put a lot of resources into getting that bomb plant, and that's just opened the door now for Envy to get a counter plant.
Bomb's moving. No one's going to be in that base. They have to push straight off spawn to take the fight to Piggy. He's not going to try and plant it yet. Piggy does win the first. Jackson now comes into support, and just like that, Envy might have an answer back to that bomb plant from Luminon Gaming. Wootum's nowhere to be seen. And Envy right back ahead here, Shurt.
They retake the lead. All that good work Luminon put in, all that effort, completely undone in a matter of seconds. SLG goes forward, double kill. Trying to lock in the triple on the Precision. He does get the triple. And it's time for the Frenchmen to rally the troops and drive them forward.
Yeah, now they're going to be in a position where they can take map control as well. Wootum has to be careful. SLG looking to support and provide a little bit of extra information as well. It's a 1-for-1 trade on the map. That bomb's still in a position where they can move it if they would like, and SLG does eventually make that decision. It's only a slight bit of progress, but that's sometimes how you have to play it. Inch by inch, move that bomb forward as you move and slay.
The White Owl melee down bottom. SLG shield looking ragged. The Senate continues to apply pressure and gets the kill. 3 dead now for Luminon. And that little inch of progress they made completely undone again. And this time, the Senate making more than just an inch, making a mile. And again, Luminon forced to play defense. They turtle up. They're emptying their pockets, throwing their nades, but no damage done to the planter right now. Piggy enters in, Precision gets a kill on the Glory, but the Senate is forced to drop the bomb for now. Snipe drone slides forward, slides drone right to left, but he goes down, and Precision gets another plant for Envy.
Envy will get the third in. Envy will take the map. Envy will take the lead in this series. And Luminon, they were on the back foot for the majority of the game, even when they had that moment of life when Wooten was able to just sneak in and plant that bomb. It was an instant reply from Envy, who just looked far more comfortable on neutral bomb Aquarius.
We got a little window into the camp of Luminon. Faces, dejection. Glory, arms folded, not happy with what was on screens, and for good reason. Although they got the one plant, that was all Envy, unrelenting pressure, and the pressure told. Now you ask the question, is the pressure gonna burst this pipe? Luminon now find themselves a map down, 2 away from elimination. This series means so much, but with that comes its own added pressure. All 8 players in this lobby. This is the biggest series of their lives. SLG has placed top 3 in the past, but this is a World Championships. The complexion of this, so much different.
I think that's what this series is all about. Pressure. And we knew it was going to be a tight one. We knew it was going to be back and forth between these 2 teams. It's about who has that last laugh here. And if you can take a 2-map advantage, it could be massive. Now, when we look at Oddball at the Halo World Championship 2025, it's been a Glory and SLG duo show when it comes to the amount of kills they've been able to find, the damage difference between the 2 as well. But not only that, they've also been putting the ball time on the board as well. They've been doing everything for their team when it comes to Oddball. They are undefeated on Oddball Lattice so far since its addition to the HCS. Maybe that does bode well for Luminon's chances to get back into this series, but it's still a fantastic map and mode for Envy as well. They've only lost it once. So I think just like this series has been thus far, it is going to be a tight one. It's going to come down to that sniper rifle control. When you look at sniper rifle control, maybe it could be Wooten with his keyboard and mouse, who's able to fry with it as well. Or could it be Descendant, who's also been doing incredible things so far this series. You can always trust Descendant when he gets into 1v1s. Incredible play.
Is this oddball on Lattice to be a lifeline for Luminon? Envy, they're pretty good here too. No stranger to victory, and only tasted defeat once, like Dan mentions. Perhaps Wooten is only thinking about the positives. We have not lost this, and you have got to do that. He collapses on the exit. Picky's just come off the respawn screen. Precision gets taken care of as well. And Wooten's just doing a little bit of housework, tidying up, cleaning up house.
This is what the people pay to see. Wooten with a sniper rifle now. But also, even having a sniper, he was like, well, I can hold the ball for an extra second. All right, someone's finally joining me. Now he has to start putting it to work. Hasn't connected with the initial 2, but he is at least showing a presence here. Let's connect with 1 body shot. And converts it. So that's going to be 3 dead for the side of Envy. Now Luminon will have their first chance to actually set up here.
Killing spree for Wooten. He's looking to do it again. Drive his team to victory. 3 dead for Envy again. But nobody holding the ball until this very second. It's about trying to maximize those timings. Get as many points on the board. Apply the pressure to the opposition. Glory. He's looking pretty weary and pretty comfortable as well. Jackson, down to no shields, as is SLG. Both players trying to prioritize staying alive, but Precision is there. Now Glory will be forced to toss the ball out towards Ice. And the push is going to come. Piggy has an angle, and he's using this cover expertly. Jackson will survive. plasma grenade will just whiz by his face. And now Envy can threaten to put some points on the board themselves.
Maybe this is the perfect map for Luminon to get back into this series as well. When you think about Aquarius and its lack of a sniper rifle, for example, a lack of a weapon that could really make a difference as an individual, and you think why Envy have been so good this tournament. Incredible structure and no real weak links, just all four of them performing well. No one having to go off, no one having to be that superstar who has that incredible moment, just all doing their jobs. Whereas Luminon, they do have those players that can pop off. You think about game 2, where Wooten puts 20 kills on the board. You see Wooten already finding 10 as well. If he has a game like he had in game 2, Envy are really going to struggle getting this ball off their hands.
You can't keep relying on Wooten to be the difference maker. At some point, he needs help. Snipe Drone with 6 kills. He's the last man standing for his team. He's forced down bottom middle. Jackson will pursue, but Snipe Drone turns the tide of that fight. And the more fights like that Luminon start to turn the tide on, the more they win, the complexion of the game can completely shift. 57 seconds already on the board, locked in for Luminon versus Envy's 11. This is looking pretty good for the Europeans.
57 points locked in, but are the boys locked in? Only one way to find out. Let's jump into a listening with Luminon Game.
Okay, put a minute, gun box, fade, leave, mate. It's volume. Nice, fade.
Yeah, I'm side. Almost tired.
He's going lunch.
Yo, one circle. One.
Device for blue, you guys for blue, baby.
Oscar,
I'm watching you, Yeah,
nowhere. Good.
Good.
Yeah.
I killed blue, shot. Inside red.
Yeah.
Swing for me, far. Oh, shit.
He's gone.
Yeah, that is big. It's too small, I mean. He's in red, I can't see him.
Okay, I spawned 8 boxes.
He's probably in the box, Yeah, too small, two in.
One time mid.
Nice time. Yeah, rotate blue.
Yeah.
Watch
Swing red, blue it.
Blue wood, yeah.
Blue wood dead. Let's run me.
He scored.
Yeah, nice. Last cushion.
So they watch out the box.
Okay, only one.
Important IGL comms from SLG, just trying to indicate where that ball needs to be rotating, where they need to be moving to avoid the gunfire and the presence from Envy. And it's a significant lead here for Luminon Gaming. Envy have to work very hard to get back into this round, but they do still have time.
It's worth noting, every single time that ball is in somebody's hands, the clock will stop. So the clock not really a friend of Luminon right now, but the scoreboard most definitely is. The play call from SLG was to bring the ball blue. That's exactly where Envy hold the ball now. Woodham gets cut down. Jackson takes down SLG as well. 3 dead. The initial push from Luminon unsuccessful.
Such a steady hand does Jackson. Such a presence and sheer damage he can offer from a distance. And that's not going to bode well for Luminon, who now need to try and close this gap. These spawns haven't been good for them. They're trying to push together though. They do find their opening. They are going to have the advantage on the map. But can Envy hold in the corner? Sometimes when you back yourself over, you can find grenades that can really help you even the playing field here. And then they have to play that ball. And Luminon Gaming will still hold a 30-second lead, but Envy have chucked away a little bit at it. Precision last remaining player. Big fight for him. Does win it as well against Snipe Drone.
That was unfortunate for Woodham as well as he dropped down to try and get that kill onto Precision. A team nade took his shields away, which made him a much easier cleanup for Envy. Jackson continues to jiggle peek, play his life trying to finesse, goes down. SLG soars forward, but not before being traded out by Descendant. Luminon now trying to whisk this ball away by sheer brute force. Happy to tank the damage from Descendant's bandit. SLG will continue to shift his weight left and right and force Descendant to back away, and he will fall. So now Luminon's hold looking very good now.
Sniper rifles up, 4 dead though, Glory shuts it down, and unless there's a miracle from Envy from these spawns, that should be the first round for Luminon. Snipe Drown just has to avoid any sight lines, it's going to be comfortable, and Luminon will strike first here in Oddball.
That will just calm things. Incredible performance so far by Snipe Drone and Woodham, it must be said.
Incoming.
Glory's there as well now, with 14, 6, and 7, and 69 seconds of ball time.
Nice.
Here we are with Snipe Drone with the commando in his hand. Ball in a neutral position. Quantum trap locator still to play for. Piggy last man standing down to no shields. That information comes, and that means time to grab the ball and time to bring it red.
Glory doing exactly what he's been doing all tournament long. Not only providing kills, not only providing damage, but also being happy to be that player who holds
Это теперь какой-то unified meme. Я там сказал 6-7, типа. Что-то там такое. Всунул в это предложение, только важно было.
He looked a little bit uncomfortable. He looked a little bit nervous on the main stage. But now he does not look out of place at the very top of Halo Infinite. I mean, maybe he could be one of the key reasons why Luminov win not only this game, but you tie this one up, you can start to think about potentially winning that series. But it still feels like, Shurs, there's so much to go here because we have the best of 7 rather than best of 5. Typically at this point we'd be thinking about sending it to a best of 5, a shootout in Slayer, but no, we get more objective games. Luminov Gaming, they will start to be thinking about that one step further because they are playing this incredibly here on Lattice.
And who does not want more Halo at the World Championships? Precision down to no shields. The issue is Snipe Drone also has none to play with. Precision takes the skies, but he gets cut down. He was not falling with grace. Snipe Drone trading elbows with Nickson. But the Englishman a little bit too strong. Killing spree locked in. Glory's there as well. And you speak about the meteoric rise of Glory. Snipe Drone has been ever present for years. One of the greatest of all time when it comes to European players.
Definitely has. When you think about players that have stayed throughout European history, that have been up there since Halo 5, since Halo Reach, since Halo 4. Snipe Drone's name has echoed throughout Europe for quite some time now. And he's seen many a different roster. But he has survived every culling that we've seen of European players going through every iteration of this roster, and here he is on the main stage on Championship Sunday. Finally.
And boy, doesn't he look comfortable here. 19, 3, and 10. Make it 20. Absolutely dominant here. Luminon, 52 seconds to Envy's 1. And a complete flip of what we've seen on the assault game type. We spoke about how important the sniper rifle would be. How good Glory can be with the sniper rifle, Snipe Drone, and having that great equalizer, something you can just showcase a little bit more skill, turn the tide for your team. And we've seen that time and time again from these European boys, here and now.
Well, I know I've said it a few words, it's a buzzword at this point, but Envy, they like structure. When you think of Aquarius, just kind of set spawns, symmetrical map, it's very easy to try and bully another team when you do find yourself in control. But here on Lattice, there is going to be that element of trying to move and rotate, especially when the ball comes into the equation as well. And Luminol have done very well at not allowing Envy to get into that structure that they desire. But now for the first time, Envy have been able to slow down the pace of this game. Luminon off spawn. Maybe going to be looking towards Glory to do something in the position he's found himself in. Has got behind enemy lines, does get the opener. SLG finds one as well. And that is a very quick break from Luminon. So important to shut down Envy once they get into control here. And they get all 4 members down.
Glory ventures forward, gets that sniper rifle again. This could spell misfortune. He's got some real bad intentions. Shields get ripped away from Nickson. Like he's using white spirits to take away the bait. No scope will not connect. And he starts to waste the ammo, recognizing that he's between a rock and a hard place. But hold on! He will not go away without taking one with him.
I wonder if that was just collateral damage trying to waste the ammo at that point, and you just walked into the worst place you could have. And all those bullets are now gone, so Descendant sadly not able to make an impact with the sniper rifle. Instead, it's going to have to use the bandit instead now. MBR still in this one. 40 points behind, 2 minutes left on the clock. So you're not in panic stations just yet. However, if they see themselves go 4 dead again, it might be the end of this one, allowing Luminon just to set up perfectly. With the player advantages at the moment, Envy are not scoring. Luminon are doing so well off spawn to frustrate them. Just be a thorn in the side, getting behind enemy lines. Look at Snipe Drone. They are constantly wondering, where is Snipe Drone? Well, here he is, getting in front of enemy faces again. And it doesn't matter he's not getting kills. They are just stopping Envy scoring, and now the ball's been returned.
A constant irritation. The Europeans continue to be 3 dead now for Envy. SLG just patiently waits for the spawn to pop up again. And perhaps they're quite happy to let this clock run down, because the impetus is now on Envy to be the ones to make the change, to make the aggressive plays. And they will take it to safety, and now the option is there. Get some points, sure, but play the ball, if need be. And the ball has now been played. Piggy's in trouble. 2 members of Luminon collapse. 3 dead for Envy once more, and they run the same play back. 3 dead again for Envy, and Luminon can continue to score.
Snipe Drone's doing it again. Lingering like a bad smell in the open bracket. You know it's there, but you just can't find it. Someone needs to put on the deodorant. Someone needs to shut down Snipe Drone. And he is bullying Envy at the moment. 28 kills. And Luminon looking like they're going to close out this map and tie us up 2-2.
4 dead for Envy. 5 seconds all that's required for Luminon to close out this game. This series is all tied up 2-2.
I think when we saw it on paper, we knew this was going to be a brilliant series of Halo. And these 8 players have not disappointed. And I think the right decision was made that this was a best of 7. Wouldn't have felt right if suddenly we go into a Game 5 Slayer here. But it is going to be a chance now for the players to take a little breather. Reset. Because it's all even Stevens. It's like these first 4 didn't really matter now at this point, right? That's how it works.
It's oftentimes when it comes to Championship Sunday, we talk about Optic Gaming, Shopify Rebellion, FaZe, SSG, and we call them the heavyweights. And perhaps these 2 are light heavyweights, punching above their weight class. But they find themselves front and center, staring at one another, and a place for top 3 up for grabs. Both players, both teams have already hit the mat a couple of times. But this time the rules are a little bit different. Best of 7s. You can hit the mat one more time and still have life. Still have some air in the lungs. But boy, oh boy, has this one been back and forth. One thing we can say for Luminon is they've gotten themselves back into the series twice. But what will it look like when they take the lead and they start to ask some difficult questions of Envy?
And this time when a Slayer comes round in the series, it will be a chance for them to take the lead rather than try and tie it like they did previously on Solitude. But as we look back at some of the highlights here of Lattice Oddball, what an impressively played game it was from Luminon from start to finish. From ball rotations, from the holds they had, to the breaks of setup as well. When Envy did get that control, it was very rarely for long. Luminon were just so quick off of spawn to immediately try and find a route to get behind enemy lines. As it's a beautiful series layout to look at, even at the moment, but we move into Slayer Livefire. 3-3 for both teams. It'd be brave to try and call this one.
It's a coin flip. How often do we say that about a Slayer? But then when it's in your screens, your eyeballs lock onto 3-3 in the green and blue. Nothing to separate them. There's been nothing to separate them in the series, nothing to separate them in the records on Livefire Slayer. But someone is going to have to take it. Taking a look at the stats then. 2 superstars. And perhaps they have not been superstars for long, but their reputation is growing and growing. Rutum and Piggy. 12 kills versus 20 with a KD of 2.50 and a damage difference of 1,009. The man from Finland, he knows how to put that crosshair in the right place, and he knows how to put down maximum damage.
And throughout this tournament, both of these players have been finding the sniper rifle on Livefire Slayer as well, both Piggy and Rutum. So they will naturally be 2 players to focus on to try and be that difference maker. I remember yesterday, Piggy picking up the sniper rifle a few times, and when he was connecting with it, it was brilliant, but also it was about his movement and his positioning with that sniper rifle to keep it away from the enemy teams. You have a responsibility when you have the sniper. Yes, you need to be hitting shots. Yes, you want to be dealing damage. At the same time, you need to be making sure the enemy team does not get it out of your hands. Either be wasting ammo when you do feel like you're under pressure, tossing it on the map, of course, being on live fire. Just kind of staying and rotating with your team as well. You can take powerful positions, you can take off angles, But if you leave yourself in a vulnerable position where you can get flanked, suddenly you give the opportunity to the other team to take off with the map.
I think maybe something we don't talk about enough when it comes to the player who is trusted with that sniper rifle, and with that trust, Dan, the saying is heavy is the head that wears the crown, but maybe heavier are the hands that hold the sniper rifle at times, because you know, one misplay, you hand that sniper rifle over to the opposition, and all of a sudden your day can go from bad to worse. We all often speak about momentum and how important it can be. Confidence, momentum, snowballs, these are the buzzwords we use here and on the desk, and for good reason. And has the tide started to turn? Is the wind now in Luminon's sails after a dominant oddball on Lattice?
Or could it be SLG who makes the difference here for Luminon Gaming? Both teams have already lost this map and mode so far this tournament. Luminon sadly lost to Cloud9 earlier in the tournament, and Complexity were able to take down Envy as well. But what that does mean is both teams have had VOD to look at. They would have known Saturday night when they finished their games, when they head into Sunday, they would have looked at this series layout and they could plan effectively. What went wrong? What did Cloud9 do that perhaps was the difference maker? Were they maybe taking too much control of that sniper rifle? Did they have better power-up control? Were we maybe a little bit hasty to try and push off spawns? Were we not waiting for each other? All these questions that have to be answered and then put into effect here going into Game 5.
What a weekend of Halo it has been up until this point. There have been upsets here, there, and everywhere. Cloud9 topping their pool. TSM eliminating FaZe Clan, but then getting toppled themselves right after it. But now Envy and Luminon locked level, complete deadlock after 4. This is the true swing game, I believe. We will see what these teams are made of come the end of this layer.
It's such a huge map. I mean, obviously, for reasons that are so evident I don't even need to explain, but importantly for me, when you look at that series layout, you look at Game 6, it heavily favors Envy in my opinion, TTF opinion. Whereas then you look at map 7, a map that favors Luminon when it comes to Origin Slayer. And it could be this one we look back at really made the difference when it comes to this best of 7.
The arm wrestle continues. Score 2-2. We're in a shootout. Typically this would be the one to decide it. But fear not, folks, there's still a lot more Halo left in this series. We're happy to say, best of 7s on Championship Sunday. We will truly see who is the better team. Not who got lucky with map mode combinations, with layouts. Who got their worst map pools, who got their best. After 7, there can be no excuses.
Well, it's a far better start for Envy. Descendant's the one who gets the first opportunity with a sniper rifle, but this is where I said the responsibility falls on your shoulders. It's about staying alive at this point, and he is under fire from grenades, but does just about stay alive to the point where he can now put this sniper rifle to work. And sadly for Luminon, they were not able to shut it down. Wootum does spot him out though, so that means you have to reposition here. And it's about just finding an angle where you could maybe catch someone off guard, get a free shot to the head. And that will allow the extra space, it'll give you that extra player on the map to then take advantage and push. Just about misses, but he does connect with a second.
Did that play, it didn't, stayed on the ledge. And he actually thought the better of throwing it off this time. An extra body shot, and he's lucky he did. Killing spree for Descendant. Not finding the faces, not flashy, but effective. Hit the body, take out the bandit, get the kill.
Glory and Snipe Drone do tag team to take down 2. Take us within 3 already, but this has been a fast-paced start to the game from Envy. A team who does like to play slow at times, but they also know how to change up that pace when they need to, and perhaps that's something they learned from Lattice Oddball. They have to try and match the pace that Luminon sets at times. Otherwise, you will find yourself getting backstabbed over and over with Luminon constantly trying to out-rotate you. Descendant, remember once tried to play this sniper rifle, but now will finally put that last bullet to work. And it's a 5-kill lead here for Envy.
It's almost indicative of how important this map is. Not wanting to make the mistake and leave the sniper rifle on the map. And perhaps it just staying on the ledge meant that he could continue to be a force and a presence on the map. Applying so much pressure The shots didn't even need to connect. As long as Luminon know where the sniper rifle is, they have to avoid it. Glory down bottom middle, just about uses that repulsor to get himself out of harm's way. But Descendant continues to be an influence elsewhere, continues to be a nuisance. Jackson with the camouflage, and this is something that Luminon have not done time and time again in this series. They keep allowing power-ups to go the way of Envy.
This is starting to get out of control now, over a 10-kill lead. Think back to yesterday when Envy were playing Cloud9. They did have a significant lead, up by 10. Cloud9 were able to recover right at the end, but did still lose out 50 to 48. Can't allow Envy to have such a lead because they will just slowly start to grind out this victory as they get towards the end of that game, just finding trade after trade so they can get over that finish line. Doesn't matter if you win by an inch or a mile. It's 13, it's 14 now. And this is starting to get a little bit ugly. It's double the scoreline as Envy looking to try and make a statement and take the lead once more in this series.
The methodical machine of Envy. The gears start to really turn now. Putting Luminon on the back foot, putting them in the blender at times. Descendant has the sniper rifle again. Drops down behind Glory, who was not looking at him and had no shields. Easy pickings. This time, Descendant does play the sniper rifle as it just about hits the drink.
SLG gets shut down by Jackson from a distance. I mean, how do you even mentally recover from this start? Glory tries to push out, but had no support. Wootem arrives a little too late. And this one might already be over with how Envy are currently playing. Luminon would need one clean break, one all four dead, and then they would have to do exactly what Envy are doing to them. Showing aggression, pushing those spawns, not allowing them to push out for free. But with only now 12 kills to require, you feel like maybe this one, you already have the writing on the wall.
So far, this has been as close to perfection as you're likely to see in a live fire Slayer. Still almost up double the kills, requiring only 12 to retake the series lead. And Luminon with so much to do, you start to fear the worst as Descendant continues to hit shots. Did not miss a single bullet on Snipe Drone and puts him away. 3 dead now for Luminon. And perhaps this Slayer now just getting too far from their grasp.
I heard the roar from Descendant from here as well, all the way at the back of the venue. He let Snipe Drone know about that one. This game's over. There is no coming back from this one. Luminon are just all over the place. They have not been able to find their footing. Envy look dominant. Envy making a statement. Envy looking like they want to shut this one down in 6. Because remember, we head to CTF where they have been phenomenal so far. Not just this tournament, but this season in general.
This series has been absolutely incredible. Just when one team looks to get momentum and be dominant, we go into the next map trying to tell you that story, trying to shift the narrative. Then the team comes out, bounces back. Envy, every single time the series has been tied up, they've had a massive response. And that's what we've seen here in the Slayer. As they are just 1 kill away from retaking the lead, and they are just 1 map away from the elimination finals.
That was incredible. In a map mode which had a huge question mark over it when it comes to this series layout and both of these teams. Remember, both were 3-3. Both had already lost this so far this tournament against teams that are already out. And clearly, Envy found that recipe. They found what went wrong before and they adjusted. And they just felt full of life in that game. Compare it to what we saw in Lattice where they were unable to get going. And it really is incredible to watch this pendulum swing back and forth yet again in favor this time of Envy. And just when Luminon maybe thought that they had momentum on their side, Envy are quick to whisk it away from them. Sadly now what this does mean for Luminon is they only have 1 more chance. Otherwise they will be out of this tournament. And for Envy, that's when the heart starts to race. You start to say, hey, we are 1 game away from top 3. From the elimination finals, from our best ever finish in our history. And excuse me, I think I said Forbidden earlier rather than Fortress, but I'm sure you will forgive me for saying it. They are 4-0 on Fortress CTF, our Envy across this season. They are the 2nd best team that we have seen on this map mode combination throughout the HCS. It is all pointing towards blue. We've learned already, Shurs, the form book is not always the way things go here. On the Halo World Championship, maybe Luminon can go against the grain to send us to a map 7.
The Slayer was absolutely textbook. 50 to 25, a stake on Championship Sunday. And every single time Luminon seems to be getting a sniff, Envy find a response. And this is the perfect map on the horizon for Envy to see in the series layout. And there are your flag runners. Descended 6 caps versus Glory's 2, but 7 steals apiece and 5 cap assists. These two players are the ones to get things started.
And it maybe tells more of a story than you'd think just looking at those stats. Descendant will start and will finish the run. However, Glory is usually the one who will steal it, hand it off to someone else, and then support and be a little bit more aggressive. And perhaps that tells us the style of play that we're going to witness here as we do go into Fortress CTF. Envy are going to wait until they get that 4 dead, that perfect chance to run the flag, whereas perhaps Luminon are a run and gun kind of team. A couple of players are down, sure, we'll pull that flag and we'll kill you as we go. How will those play styles clash though here? Who will that actually bode well for? There's only one way to find out. 7-0 record is pretty insane. And of course, 4-0 throughout this season when it comes to Fortress CTF. It means no matter what mode they're playing on, Fortress just seems to be the perfect place for Envy, and it could be the perfect spot for them to find themselves in the elimination finals.
Methodical Halo up against Chaos. Luminon Gaming on their final lifeline, and it's not phone a friend, let me tell you. Jackson's got the overshield. Yet another power-up goes the way of Envy, and he's already behind enemy lines.
Last alive though. 2
flags get pulled. Bootum hits a massive shot. Jackson will fall. And Luminon Gaming have an opportunity here, a massive chance to take the lead. But Slays
goes down.
Yep, Slays go against them.
Snydrone was trying to toss that one out, and then again being that nuisance, that thorn in the side, but Envy were able to catch him out. And if it wasn't for the overshield, maybe it would have looked very different, but Luminon had to turn and face Jackson. They couldn't allow him a free run there. They did very well to shut him down, but that shows the power of the overshield and the difference that it can make. Speaking of making a difference, Descendant shuts down the other sniper and takes the ammo away from it as well. Snipe drone, though, will force it off the map. A heads-up play here from Descendant.
Been really impressed by Descendant's performance in this series. He's not put a foot wrong. Making the right choices, the right decisions, time and time again. Envy, though, all trapped inside this spiral staircase. Snipe drone gets through. Precision tries to get away. And they've dealt with the pressure and the presence of Snipe drone. As now SLG forced away for his teammates to spawn back up and settled for a trade. The map will slow down. And Envy can venture forward once more.
It's such a different map as well, with no sniper rifles on said map. And both teams will be aware of it. They know the ammo was scooped into one. They know it was tossed off. So you've got to wait for those snipers to spawn before really you can start to take any sort of control with said weapon. But now Glory's going to be the last remaining player. We're going to see the first attempt from Envy.
Sound cue came. Glory giving up the ghost. 2 dead for Envy. 3 for Luminon. Another power up, this time in the chest of Descendant. And Envy drive this flag forward. And Luminon just do not have a response, nor enough numbers on the map. As Envy open up the scoring.
Envy strike first. Envy start to creep their toes into the door of the elimination finals. And they answer maybe the first question that was posed from Luminon Gaming of can you carry on that momentum from the previous? But now Luminon need to respond here. Envy have been able to control that overshield and it has paid dividends. Snipe drone is able to get into the enemy base though, and we've already seen what a nuisance he can be, but Jackson says, all right, to play that game, maybe I'll start to think about being a thorn in the side from this angle. And here's that run and gun strategy I was talking about from Luminon. There isn't even 4 dead for Envy, but they do start to move that flag together.
Let's pull the flag first, ask questions later. So 40, they've come undone. And now Precision with the sniper rifle in his hands. Envy send their flag back home. And Precision can plant his feet find some angles, waiting for information. As he rotates over towards the snipe tower, he will be ever present on the map. Takes a couple of ticks of damage, knows exactly where SLG is located. But the Frenchman will wait for his shields to come back before he ventures out once more. Snipe drone gets a kill, but Precision answers back in kind. And it's all Envy right now. They are the ones posing the questions and forcing Luminon to come up with answers. And so far, so good for Precision.
He spotted him, he called him out, and then he drilled the bullet into his hand, and it's going to be another overshield. It's the third one in a row here for Envy, and sadly Luminon are going to have to try and just battle from their base, but against the overshield, against the sheer presence that Envy currently have, it's going to be a difficult one. 3 are dead, but it's a slight fumble. Maybe an opening, maybe an opportunity here for Luminon to shut it down.
Hands are sweaty, knees are weak, arms spaghetti. The flag a little bit too slippy for the hands of Precision, but his trigger finger's been hitting all day long. The flag already made so much progress. Luminon trying to play defense, holding a high line, but not good enough. As Piggy slams in Envy's second flag, 1 away from the elimination final.
Such a good recovery from Envy after the small fumble. Luminon looked like maybe they had done enough to stop it, and they positioned themselves to deny the capture, but Piggy just steals it away from them. And now are Luminon starting to think about what could have been here, or will there be a little bit of a late resurgence back into this game? There is still 7 minutes left for them to work with, but they have to start getting these overshields. And even though we've been on the POV of Piggy, of Precision, Jackson for me has been the key factor for Envy with where he's been positioning himself, the anchor position he's found himself in. And of course, when we go over to him, he gets taken down by SLG, but he has done so much this game.
Snipe drone, with a little bit of desperation, tosses the flag, sacrifices his life. Glory spins around, tries to get the kill, settles for a trade. That suits Envy down to the ground. As Jackson takes
Ой, короче, что можно сказать? GG тут для наших землячков, для европейцев. А я в шоке. Envy будут уже на 3-м месте, 100%, уже шок. Кто-то мне сказал неделю назад, я бы не поверил, что FaZe, SSG вылетают. TSM даже вылетели. Кеха в шоке, просто Luminon. Ну, неплохо для европейцев, 4-е место, чемпионат мира.
But who is going to step up for Luminon here? They've tried to run a couple of flags, but it has been when Envy is still up. They need to get something a little bit more solid.
Halo was incredible. The layers, the margins in which you can win and lose a game. Precision done the best thing possible there, and that was by doing absolutely nothing with the overshield, remaining in the basement. Why, you ask? Because Luminon were forced to all turn around and deal with that threat before they could take map. And what does that do? Buy Envy more time to come off the respawn and take space. But the Luminon siege, here it comes. They're laying waste to Envy right now, but they need to get
Ребята, давайте.
on the move.
It's going to be their best chance. They were able to get a couple down. There was a sniper shot hit by Glory. Envy definitely on the back foot right now, but they are winning individual fights. They do get the trade. Is anyone in position to run this flag? That I'm unsure of. And it's again another big fight from Jackson in another powerful position as 3 go down for Luminon. Envy recover the map. Envy deny the pull from Luminon. And Envy creep ever forward here, closer to the elimination finals, closer to their best ever finish in Halo history. Guaranteed top 3 and a chance, a stab at either Optic Gaming or Shopify Rebellion, depending who falls from that winner's bracket.
And you can see exactly why this is one of Envy's best map and modes, one of the best in the league at this map and mode combination.
ОС.
Every single overshield.
Кто ОС
shot
берет?
in their chest. Oh, one down.
Опа, Luminon берут ОС.
Because so
Не,
far
не
it's been
берут.
perfection
Что-то они
from Envy.
медлят. Ой, Envy взяли ОС. Нет. Какая-то сумасшедшая борьба происходит за ОС. Ай, Envy вернулся? Не? Чего? Ой-ой-ой, Precision взял. Да, тут все, GG, понятно. Все, ребят. Envy тут 3 уже. Жестко.
Glory will fight back to stay alive, but now the flag can start to move. Nickson is moving it, but there's already spawners for Luminon. But again, this all is advantage Envy. Snipe Drone, the last remaining player. Flag can start to move yet again, but Snipe Drone has to get the kill and will. Luminon hold on for now.
Snipe Drone gets a massive double kill. Precision remains a thorn in the side for Luminon. SLG finally clears him out. The issue that Luminon are running into time and time again is Halo continues to be played on their side of the map.
2 minutes and 40 left for Luminon Gaming. On the brink of elimination from the Halo World Championship, and even though top 4 would be the best ever placement for a European team at a World Championship, it would still be a disappointment for them with how close they are to breaking even further into that top 3. But now Envy can play defensive. They can hold the base. They can hold this 2-cap lead.
Descendants set the line. They're happy to hold what they have for now. Snipe Drone slides forward. Descendant rips his shields away. Precision gets the kill. Over his shield, pops up once more, and you guessed it. Precision's got it again. Envy have got it again, and they drive forward once again.
It's tough really to say for Luminon that they have time here, but they have to believe, they have to at least try, and that may leave them vulnerable. It may leave their flag open to being run by Envy as well, but this is where you have to dig deep. This is where you have to throw all the eggs in the basket now at this point. You can't afford to just sit back and allow this to happen, but sadly when Descendant has the sniper rifle in this position, you are so vulnerable, and SLG, he knows it. He wants to run that flag, but he knows exactly where Descendant was earlier, and that just delays the inevitable. 1 minute and 15. I don't think there's going to be time here for Luminon, and I think Envy know it as well. They are so close to tasting success here. Maybe they can already taste it.
At the start of this map, it was hope for Luminon, but that has soon turned sour to desperation into the final minute. And the issue is for the Europeans, it's not them with the hands on the flag. It's Envy, who continue to put Luminon on the back foot, and they're unsheathing the sword, and they're starting to swing and put that final stab into the chest of the Europeans' hopes and dreams.
Desperate attempts from Luminon to pull the flag has again left them vulnerable, but they have not been able to progress with it. Snipe Drone trying again, but he will fall to Descendant. And Envy know they just need to deny over and over again, and they will be in the elimination finals.
SLG falls. Glory 2. Envy have done enough. And they might even add insult to injury here by pushing the third and final flag all the way home into the final seconds. But time is irrelevant. Nickson picks it up. Nickson scoops it home. And Envy win the series. They're going to the elimination finals.
Absolute cinema просто.
Their best ever placement in Halo history. Uncharted territory. But they did not look out of place. Top 3 secured, and their eyes set on whoever drops down from that.
Прикол, конечно. Минус европейца. Envy уже автоматически проходит. Ну, автоматически уже забирают 3-е место. Я сомневаюсь, что они выиграют сейчас Оптиков или Shopify, кто там проиграет из них.
On the flip side for Luminon, again, we have to give them their credit. It is the best ever placement for a European team at a Halo World Championship. And whilst it will be a bitter pill to swallow now, they can still give themselves a firm pat on the back. And families in the audience on both teams supporting the young men on the stage. But it is Envy who get the last laugh.
Congratulations to Envy and commiserations to Luminon Gaming. Both teams exceeding expectations at this World Championships, and confirmation of what we've seen. If you missed it, you missed an absolute banger. Games 1 and 2 traded evenly apiece. 3 and 4 traded once more, but Envy stepped on the gas and never looked like they were going to let up, Dan. Absolute perfection in those final 2 games.
It was incredible from Envy, really. I've said it a few times. The structure that we see from this team is unbelievable, and I think the series layout, they managed it perfectly. They knew which ones they maybe were going to struggle with. I think that swing game was the Slayer that we saw on live fire. That was incredible from Envy. The way they played it from start to finish, Luminon just had no chance. And then sadly you go into a match 6 where we have not seen Envy lose that all season long, and they were probably licking their lips when they saw it come.
I think for Luminon, it must be said, it's easy to be downtrodden and shield crestfallen, but it has to be said, what a performance they put in to get this far. They'll go back and they'll be thinking what could have been, what should have been, but they have got to be happy with what
Честно, хорошо, что я не поставил, потому что я думал поставить на Люмин. Я ж видел, как они играют и какие результаты были. Думал, да не, сейчас раскидают. Капец, Envy с Атриом 2 карты выиграли. Жестко.
Jason, talk to me about how does it feel to be able to come out here and not go to a game 5 and perform the way that y'all know that y'all can here on a Sunday?
Yeah, it feels amazing to definitely not go game 5.
А чё не все в кроксах? Ребята, что это за мода, что это за стиль?
Now, when it comes down to this series here against Luminon, there was some close matchups in this one. What was the game plan to take down these guys?
There wasn't really any game plan, particularly to how they play the game. It's more or less just focus on us, how we perform and how we play, just keep a clear mind and just work together as a team. And all the work that we've done, all the scrims and stuff, will pan out.
It really did pay off, man. You guys' teamwork up there was phenomenal. Now, your past Worlds performances, top 12, into a top 3, your best place in all season. What do you want to say about your teammates and everything that you guys have done just to get to this point so far, even though the job's not done yet?
Yeah, so to my teammates, I'm beyond proud. This team has kind of been like a family to me in the sense of like, this is the longest team that I've ever had, and it's really, truly is like a brotherhood for us. We've all kind of came from the gutters, you know what I mean? Kind of just scraps left out to rot, and we somehow managed to, you know, to find each other and to play on this big of a stage, you know what I mean, and perform so well. It's truly a blessing.
It really is a blessing, and you guys represent this Envy brand so well. Get it out the mud, get it out the gutter, and working so hard here on this Sunday. And I only got one question for you, and it's a simple one. You guys got what it takes to win this tournament today?
I truly believe, yeah. I truly believe if we perform at the best of our abilities, I think we can bring home Papa Hastro another ring. So
you heard it here. They want to bring home Hastro another ring here on this Sunday, and that's going to do it for us on the stage. Lot, take it away.
Thank you so much, Blaze. Wow, Envy, they continue on their run. Actually, I love that interview from Descendant as well. You can see how much it means to them. And also just to take a little peek behind the curtain of the team and how they're feeling, and also the chemistry, and to hear about kind of the brotherhood that has formed, it being the longest roster that Descendant has been on. Tony, it's actually really important to have such good chemistry and dynamic as a team, especially in big moments like this. You have to have so much trust in one another to get the job done, because it's going to come down to the wire. You're not always on a Sunday going to come out and just completely destroy your competition. It's going to be tight. It's going to come down to the wire. And Tony, if you rely on each other and have trust and want to win for each other, it makes a big difference.
Yeah, I mean, Envy really are a beautiful underdog story. I mean, think about their paths to get to where we are.
Most individual skilled plays we've seen in all of Infinite come from those two. It was a matter of, do they ever figure it out in fours? And I feel like this Envy roster has figured it out online for so long. We've been waiting for them to create these moments at a tournament. And what a time to do it. The last chance they get in their careers here in the HCS. And they make the most of it so far. I truly believe if those two are firing, they're going to be a problem for whoever drops down into that elimination finals.
The words I think of when I think of Envy, it's about dang time. And you saw the combination, the sensitive precision, the decision. That was beautiful.
It certainly was indeed, and what a beautiful run through the elimination bracket it has been for MV. Going down into round one, they have made the most out of this opportunity, as was said by my analyst, and I've got to say MV sitting pretty right now. 4-2 is a really convincing.
Так что Envy проходит дальше. Наши землячки, европейцы, Luminant, забирают 4-е место. Больше, чем Cloud9, чем SSG, чем Complexity и чем, самое грустное, чем Face. Дальше у нас Shopify против Optic Gaming. Делайте свои ставки, кто за кого. Нет, даже не так, никто за кого. Кто пройдет в финал. Потому что я, например, за Shopify, но у меня есть опасения, что они не справятся. Ну, кто его знает. Потому что тут игра на выдержку Best of 7. То есть надо 4 раза выиграть. Я сомневаюсь, что Shopify прям справится. Так долго. Так долго выигрывать. У нас слева Shopify, справа Optic. Страшно. 5 минут. Обратный отчет пошел. Я хз, что это сейчас было, почему оно.
Want more Halo action? Subscribe to the Halo Esports channel for official HCS highlights, behind-the-scenes content, and player spotlights that take you closer to the pros.
Я не помню, чтобы я такой хатки
Stay in the
делал.
loop with official updates, Halo Esports history, and our HCS and community
Забавно.
top 10 series.
Ну ладно.
Don't miss a second. Subscribe now.
Дело в том, что я у себя на мониторе уменьшил диагональ. У меня есть очень классная кнопка, которая уменьшает диагональ с 28 до 24. Просто, ну, это реально тяжело. Очень долго сидеть перед монитором, за столом, смотреть на большой экран, потому что 28 дюймов это реально большой экран. Я молчу о том, что у меня глазки довольно-таки слабые, ну не прям, но все же. И в очках. У меня еще и картинка чуть-чуть ближе, там на сантиметров 2 где-то, ближе к глазу. Мне еще тяжелее получается. Что такое? Опять мы видим эту дурную рекламу Asus ROG Xbox Li. И они не показывают ни одну группу Halo. Halo MCC не показали. Могли по приколу показать Halo 5 Guardians, типа эмулятора Xbox One, типа такого. Потому что, по слухам, разрабатывают эмулятор для Xbox One, Xbox Series. Для вот этих всех систем Microsoft, для следующего Xbox и так далее. Ничего себе, неожиданно. Там крипер был плюшевый.
The 2025 Halo World Championship is presented by HyperX, Omen, and Hayworth.
I think when fans look back on the era of Halo Infinite, they'll speak highly of it just because of how competitive it was and is, and all the crazy moments that this game has brought us. I mean, look at like Tommy's overkill last year. Like,
just gonna jump out and nose go for the triple kill. Wait, can he do it all? Wait, listen, you madman!
There's been some pretty insane moments, but I think this game has some respect on it.
I think when people look back on this era of Halo esports, they're going to see some of the most intense grand finals that we've ever seen.
3 seconds left, formal. Ties the game up once more. It's absolute carnage in the base. Optic make the push. Optic make the push.
The amount of bracket resets we've had, game 5s, game 7s, games decided by 1 kill, 1 point, 1 minute moment.
They've been quite the show.
It was this game time. Orlando was the second, and now the journey is complete. Stands tallest. As with just a few moments left. Wait a second. Wait a second. ABG's headset was off. The game isn't over yet. There's no way. In quick succession coming in from Ryan Oob. And it's Renegade. 3 seconds left. They say, FaZe, you gotta get in the hill, and I've got a rocket launcher. I don't think it's over. Not again on streets. 0 seconds on the clock. These two teams will tie.
I feel like this era of esports, of Halo esports, would definitely be looked on as probably the most competitive. I think it would be probably the most fun and exciting time, I'd say. Going to an event knowing that like multiple teams could win, we always just made it fun.
I think it's the most competitive it's ever been.
The competition has still been so tight and so interesting, and the passion for Halo in general.
I think fans and players will look back on Halo Infinite as success, honestly. Obviously there's a bunch of rocky moments, but I mean, I feel like that goes with any Halo game. But I feel like there's been so many cool hype moments, a bunch of great events.
I think Infinite got a lot of like backlash. I think about it, and I think about it as like the whole like aspect of all 4 years. I think it was actually a pretty good game. I think it was definitely underrated.
I feel like Halo Infinite was like a core era. I feel like just because it was so long, like there's a lot of history that happened. Formal came back from Call of Duty.
Some pretty crazy storylines that happened. Formal coming back to the game, winning his ring, like after playing COD, like that was pretty insane. Us, like Quadrant, like making a story.
There's a lot of great memories that we're going to be able to have whenever the game does end.
I think like most other Halo games and video games in general, it'll be like kind of controversial. Like people will miss it. I'm sure some people want to move on from Halo Infinite and whatever too at the same time. But I think it'll be like one of those hindsight things where we really realize like how good we had it like in the moment.
They'll look back and say, you know what, I was pretty lucky to witness some of those games.
Well, the memories will continue because, of course, we have another main stage match here in Seattle for your Halo World Championships. And boy, oh boy, is it a big one. 2 Titans on that main stage are getting ready to go. And this means everything, let me tell you. This right here is the biggest confidence boost you could ask for. One of them will be heading into the grand finals, and one will be meeting Envy in the elimination finals with another chance to bounce back. This is huge. This moment is everything. I think it weighs heavy on both of our teams for 2 different reasons. I think one side we have Optic, who have done this so cleanly. Why stop now? Get that leg up, have that bracket reset behind you as a safety net. And the other side, we have Shopify Rebellion, who have done it cleanly. They've been there time and time again, and they know how to win. But Optic Gaming, it's a tall order. Yesterday, I didn't see what I needed to from them in order to get this done against Shopify. Have I seen it before though? Yes, I have. I know they're capable of it. I need to see more out of the teamwork. It can't just be Renegade time and time again bailing them out. But I know those 4 individuals can get together, they can produce what it takes to win, and Clutch, can they do it on this stage?
That's the big question. Legend Bound, I'm looking at you two. Formal, we got to have a big series here because I do think that this is a must-win for Optic Gaming. Shopify have gotten the better of them at our HCS tournaments as of recent. So this would be a massive confidence to say that we belong, especially in a best-of-7 here. If you truly outplay Shopify in the winners finals, that gives you so much opportunity, not only the double opportunity in the grand finals if Shopify do get to come back here. And as we take a look at the Formal graphic, I mean, he hasn't missed a beat in what seems like 10 years.
It certainly isn't. I mean, I've got to say the support coming from Formal is unbelievable. Everything that you want out of your anchor player, and he's there just making sure his team are willed on to victory. And I agree with you, a big game needs to be seen out of Formal today. But I will say, Tony, I know that the biggest stage in the world produces the goods when it comes to Formal, and in history, he's been absolutely amazing on a Sunday.
Yeah, I mean, they put a lot of responsibility on his hands. You know, he's the human UAV, but he also has one of the best shots in the league and is the anchor for that team.
He certainly is indeed. And of course, Shopify, Tony, on one side, they have been fantastic, although coming into this tournament, they were defeated by Optic Online. So that could be looming over their heads, knowing they're facing their biggest competition right now for a chance in this grand finals. How are you feeling about the team and how they performed this weekend?
Yeah, I talked about Shopify Brain having the best bait and switch in the game. I talked about them being the team being the best at staying alive, but it's not going to be easy. Optic are the only team that can constantly put pressure and put enough damage to keep them out of the fight. This is not going to be easy for Shopify Rebellion, although they should be the favorites.
Why I favor Shopify in this series is because of the way this man on screen is playing. Roll 2 in that game 5 against FaZe made the difference between what would be an elimination bracket run for Shopify or where they are right now. Royal 2 has played out of his mind. We always have been talking about Psycho, Last Shot, Frosty. It always seems like they're the ones making the plays. Royal 2, we praise him for his consistency. He's not just consistent so far this event, he is dominant. And if Royal 2 is dominant, Shopify become even more of a problem.
I couldn't agree more. He is the outlier for me. He has been superstar on this team, which is difficult to do when you look at the caliber of teammates you have next to you, but he has been unbelievable. We're looking right now at basically what both of these teams have managed to accomplish here, and it's looking really good on both sides. I will say they're both undefeated in Slayers. And Tony, do you think that's going to have a massive impact on the series? How do you see this going? Is it in the Slayers? Is it in the objective work? What do you foresee?
Yeah, I think it's definitely important. You know, obviously Optic have made some huge improvements in their Slayer game, but I will say Shopify Rebellion have already been one of the top teams in Slayer. And Optic Gaming, although we've seen the improvements, we haven't seen you specifically against Shopify Rebellion in the Slayer. That's what I want to know.
Yeah, both teams being undefeated in Slayers is awesome, but it really is the Slayers that determine the series difference between these two whenever they match up. So pay attention to those games 2, 5, and 7 when they come around. The fact that Optic is voting well in that shows me a lot of promise for Optic fans as well, because usually it's a bumpy ride for the Slayers. I know they haven't played against Shopify yet, so we'll see if they can get it done, but they are usually not perfect. So the fact that they are so far gives me some hope for the Green Wall.
I can't wait. I hope this one is a competitive series because it is our final one. Our winners finals for Halo Infinite starts in just moments. It's Optic versus Shopify happening on the main stage.
Washington, are you ready? Because it's time for the winner bracket finals between Optic Gaming and Shopify Rebellion. It doesn't get any better than this. Hello, everyone, and welcome. I'm Golden Boy. You got Walshy right there. Yeah, he beat me last night. Well done, sir. Well done. You earned it.
Well fought.
Yeah, you know, it was, well, I mean, I didn't fight really well, but everyone else fought very well on my team. In any case, folks, enough about the shenanigans from yesterday. We're focused on the future. Let's go ahead and take a look at our series layout. We got Live Fire Oddball, Slayer Solitude, King of the Hill Lattice, Strongholds Recharge, and if necessary, and I think it will be, Live Fire Slayer, Bomb on Aquarius, Slayer on Origin. And what we saw in the stats earlier, Dave, these two teams coming into this winter final with perfect records in the Slayer, but Optic Gaming looking absolutely diabolical when it comes to on-ball. And that's exactly where we're starting things off here. And it goes without saying that either of these teams can really just turn it on at the drop of a hat. Truly incredible stuff.
We're getting to see a nice range of maps and modes, but one thing that we are missing from this Winter Bracket Finals is there's no CTF. We've generally seen Shopify be so strong in that. So we're going to see if that decides to hurt them in the series, or if there's going to be a rally back and take it to Optic on one of their best modes.
Oh boy, here we go. Players are loaded up. They're ready to go. Let's do this, baby. Winter Bracket Final time. We're kicking things off with your Halo Infinite MVP, Renegade. Let's see what he can do with this S7 to kick things off. He's already starting on the good foot there, getting a body shot with him. He's going to need to get out of dodge potentially there. As Frosty is going to get the better of him there. Former teammate squaring off.
Eventually hunted down. That's going to be Frosty grabbing this ball. Look at this rotation. They decided to bring it straight towards Raj. They're uncertain where that last member was at. They don't know where Formal was at. And they decided to push away. Now that they know where Formal's at, he's at the tower and he's down.
Big camo there, picked up as we saw for Frosty. Doing what he needs to do there with that S7, with that power item in play. He's waiting to see if anyone's going to try and push around this. They know that the outside is going to be completely patrolled here by this sniper.
Look at that, Optic. Opta just go for some slays. They realize sniper
Это капец. Гран-при началось уже. Пиастри показывают сейчас прогревочные. Кружок будет. И тем временем, что тут происходит? Они просто в размены играют, да? Мячик чуть-чуть шпифай подержали и все. Ничего такого. Ничего весомого.
When that sniper camo is in play. So many other times you would say, we have 3 down, let's grab a little time. Yeah. And that's exactly the opening that Frosty was looking for. Not giving it to him one bit.
Now that sniper's going to go in the hands of Renegade. Once again, he only had 1 bullet to work with there. Pressure though from the outside. Frosty targeted Renegade. Off-screen last shot's able to find a target too. That's going to bring 2 members of Optic Gaming down. Ball's going to be available. Renegade's still going to be alive, still going to be a problem. So they're going to have to handle this guy as soon as they can, but that's easier said than done. We'll be out of the action for the time being though, which will allow Shopify Rebellion to be able to get back into this.
Look at this. Cycle not afraid just to put some points on the board. He has 3 assists for his team right now. And now we got the season MVP versus the overall MVP. And guess what? It's an even fight.
Who would have called it? Who would have thunk it? Granted, though, with 3 players down from Optic Gaming right now, this could be a prime opportunity, but you got to watch out here for Formal. He's always going to be a problem, especially he's in the back line like that. He's going to get shut down, though. That's going to open the opportunity now for Shopify Rebellion to be able to add on some more to this. They got a good setup here. Players playing in the forward position, Dave. They're holding the green side of the map. They also have some presence down low.
Ну, неплохо. Shopify лидирует. Неплохая тактика, молодцы. Вот это классическое место. Вот там, возле входа в Академию. Вернее, входа в тренировочный полигон.
Towards camo, but to no avail. This is going to be Royal 2 trying to get whatever kills he can. First gets Renegade, and look at those peak shots. You get Royal 2 a corner, and you can't take him down.
That camo ended up doing absolutely nothing there, and the spawn ends up working for Rebellion, so they're going to be right back at it. Should be able to get this ball, as you can see there. They're going to continue to hold this one down. Great defensive play there from Rebellion. Great plays from Royal 2 to keep the drive alive here with this ball.
Look at this. Legend now has the snipe in his hands. Gets that ball down. He still has 5 bullets. but he's still not in too safe a spot. The crazy part, though, about all these snipers, all these players, is it doesn't matter if you're in a full setup and far away, or if they're up close and personal. They hit these shots with the sniper.
That's so good. So clinical with it. Look at that there, even managing, I believe that was a tag on a World 2. I think I heard it.
Enemy has the ball.
Waiting to see if he can get that target. I gotta say though, despite the plays that we're seeing from Optic Gaming, it is commendable how Rebellion have just been able to hold things down. Because I thought that when that whole play happened and the sniper went back in the hands of Optic, Rebellion were gonna have to concede that ground.
You would have thought so. But Rebellion, they do such a good job of talking it through and saying, hey, here's the threat we have to avoid. Here's what we're going to do. Here's how we're going to rotate the ball away. And because of that, I actually want to go to a Shopify listen, hear how they're commenting.
Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Enemy team.
All right, I think we're going to get that sorted in a little bit, but it's all good, though. We'll check out the listen-ins in a few. But, hey, you know what? If we were listening in, I think we were just going to hear them feeling great because they're up right now 87-20, and they're continuing to add on to this. Could lock up the first round here and now. Great defensive plays coming through. Optic trying to break through that 50-yard line, but it might be all for naught. Formal's going to be very weak here. This could be that first round going for Shopify Rebellion. But he's going to have to handle last shot. A lot of these targets from Optic, and Optic know that they had to put pedal to the metal then and there, but they put themselves in a
Shopify практически взяли первый раунд мячика.
Feels like Optic aren't grabbing this time to even put some pressure onto the board. At some point, Optic have to start scrapping the time and make it actually a threat. Right now, Shopify are saying there's no need to rush across the map. They only have 25 points. We can take our time and go for any sort of slays. But now they're putting a little pressure. You see it climbing towards 30, towards 35. The biggest thing, though, outside of just getting those slays and putting that pressure is Optic needs to get that ball in a play ball position. They cannot keep in the house because as soon as Shopify get the kills, Optic lose the game.
But it feels like Shopify more than aware of that, which is part of the reason why it's been difficult for Optic to be able to rotate out. As you can see toward the camo area, World 2's been patrolling around here, preventing them from being able to move. And you also saw some solid holds from Shopify Rebellion around the perimeters of the map. Now, though, Optic Gaming have an opportunity. This is where they're going to have to force their way out of this one. But even then, it's still going to be tucked away inside of the room. Cycle could end up making a big play here if they're not careful. Here comes the push now. Actually, Cycle just goes and swoops the ball away, and he's going to get the round. Just like that.
Окей. Стоп. Да, Shopify берут первый раунд.
MVP Cycle just decides to scrap up those last 4 seconds, secure that first round, and right like that, they're going into round 2.
That's what we're saying, man. You know, they had no room for error. And that was one that, you know, it could have happened to anyone because you got to worry about so many things at once in an oddball game, especially when you only have 4 points before that round is wrapped up.
I don't know if it happened to anyone. I saw Uber Nick just camping the objective yesterday in the BTB battle.
He was doing the Lord's work with that hammer. Okay, I will defend that man to the grave. Now, guy who was supposed to be on my team but ended up not showing up on screen here.
Not salty about that. He could have helped you a little bit.
Not at all.
Sorry, you got Guy Blaze instead.
Hey, good start though for Optic Gaming. Right where they left off, we were seeing them really start to put things together in that first round toward the tail end of it, Dave. And they have really picked up that momentum. Rebellion now need to break this setup, and they have that play ball set up in the back of the map.
Look at this. Quite opposite from what we saw during the first round. Optic grabbing a bunch of time, getting the ball in play ball positions, being very efficient this time about. And now they get to play with a bit more patience. They're not playing exactly just Shopify's game, but now we see the kills going in the favor of Shopify. I'd love to see where they're going to set this ball up this time.
They've been loving holding the ball inside of the garage side of the map, so maybe they're going to continue to do this here. When they get that opportunity for rotation, perhaps they could bring it over to the green side if they want to, which is Last Shot doing a ton of work out here.
Last Shot doing a lot of great work.
Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball.
Ball mid. I think he's mid. I got ball. Proposing pushing. Have to go green now.
Просто посмотрите, что происходит. Вровень играют команды. Хотя Shopify лидирует.
While that whole thing was happening there, you ended up seeing Shopify Rebellion taking this lead in a commanding fashion, 74, 75, and counting. This garage setup has been meticulous for Shopify Rebellion, and Frosty with this sniper, he's just giving him so much info.
Yeah, every single time I keep talking about that, man, shouldn't Shopify rotate that ball over towards tower, towards green?
Yeah.
It's like in a play ball scenario. But it feels like they just never lose control of this house area. It feels like they have control of it the majority of the time.
Yeah, the defense is truly something to marvel at here.
And what a good spawn for Cycle there. As there were 7 people down the map, Formal Last Alive, Cycle gets the dummy spawn and just makes its way over towards house to block the rest of these players.
Sometimes it just be like that. You know, you do all that work and then the guy ends up getting a god spawn. Nice shot, one there by Cycle. You only got a couple of points. Is anyone from Optic Gaming in the vicinity to stop it? No, it is not.
Что тут, блин, в этом, в Мексике вообще такая трасса сумасшедшая. О! Shopify 1-0, молодцы, ребята. Ну, это мяч. И карта. Хотя нет, кстати, карта оптиков. Карта оптиков. Классическая карта оптиков. Ну, Shopify в Зуле 2-0. 2 раунда выиграли. Ё-моё, тут капец. Сейчас какие-то штрафы полетят там в Мексике. Это жесть. Страшно. Ух.
On that garage side of the map, and this is a team Optic that came into this one with just high marks across the board in the oddball game type, and Shopify Rebellion just handled business.
That's looking dangerous there if you're an Optic fan. Optic were looking so good there on oddball, but Shopify just showing their house set with that ball, just played so much better. They played around the spawns better. It felt like any single time these players spawned out and tried to make their way back towards the house. Felt like Shopify were getting slays along the way.
Ты пенсил, блин, я микрофон забыл включить. Я говорю, ты спонсор понарошку. Тебе дали пробную подписку, чтобы ты для себя понял, хочешь ли ты дальше подписываться или нет. Это как для Game Pass подписка за $1. Только бесплатно вообще, да. Но это инициатива YouTube, это недавно такая фигня появилась, ты же знаешь. Ой, Slayer Soul Shoot, а тут скорее всего оптики выиграют. Ты будешь в Infinite. Какой Infinite? Вон у нас Infinite. Я уже ничего не буду играть сегодня, потому что смысла нету. Ну, вообще буду, конечно. У нас еще целый год Infinite. И я уже даже знаю на 99,9%, когда выйдет следующая игра, вот этот многопользовательский проект. Но нужно будет подождать годик, чуть больше годика. Я, кстати, сейчас прохожу Assassin's Братство, но лучше Assassin's 3. Братство это что, Unity? А, Brotherhood это, наверное. На свече кайф проходить, ничего себе на свече. Трындец, Берман уже 4-й. Что в Мексике происходит? Тут такая трасса сумасшедшая, Brotherhood. Я в шоке вообще. Охренеть, Макс толкается с Льюисом, это что, 2021 воплоти? Трындец, Макс слетает с трассы, Льюис слетает с трассы, что там происходит? Ну тут по-честному на самом деле, блин, а так... Трындец вообще просто в хлам шины у Макса. И он еще и на медиумах. Так когда выйдет мультиплеер? Ты же следил за телеграм-каналом? За всем, что я писал? Потому что там даже эти русские тоже следят за мной. Слышишь, один даже подписался уже. Там же... Да! Я тебе об этом и хотел сказать. Halo Fest будет 11-13 декабря. Короче, 12-13 декабря. Мало того, что будет Invitational, ну это типа как бы мейджор, только лучше. Короче, турик будет по Halo Infinite. Но не совсем. Я говорю по Infinite, потому что у нас сейчас только одна игра есть, актуальная, многопользовательская. Это Infinite. Но они не сказали, по какой игре будет турнир. Они просто сказали Halo что-то Championship Invitational. Все. В декабре аж. Это больше, чем через год. Это через год и 1,5 месяца. Даже через год и 2 практически. Что-то мне подсказывает, что незадолго до вот этого Halo Fest, может быть в бете, а может быть полноценно возьмет и выйдет вот эта новая игра. Кстати, да, тоже заметил, да. Понимаешь, проблема вообще, почему я так думаю? Фишка в том, что в 2021 году были флайты, или как они назывались, короче, доступы к бете Halo Infinite мультиплеера. А там как-то оно случайно типа выдавалось, тебе на почту приходил код, и ты скачивал там со Steam или еще как-то. Типа пробную версию, там было несколько карт, и вроде бы все пушки, и вроде бы еще Академия, если не ошибаюсь. Это была подготовка к Invitational турниру, типа Major Invitational, который проходил в декабре 2021 года. Или это был ноябрь, по-моему, ноябрь, декабрь. Короче, конец 2021 года. Но это вот эти флайтс были. А сама-то игра вышла в бете в ноябре. Потом вышла полноценно в декабре, когда вышел Infinite, типа сюжетка, и тогда они полноценно типа выкатили мультиплеер в начале декабря. А сам Invitational для всех был в середине декабря. Ты понимаешь, да? То есть там мог участвовать любой Invitational, в чем привет, типа пригласительный для всех. То есть уже поиграв, попробовав в бету еще в ноябре, ну а какие-то там, кому повезло в течение лета, там в сентябре, октябре, они уже поиграли, приучились, приноровились, познакомились со всеми механиками, и в декабре уже был первый турик. Ну, даты очень странно совпадают, поэтому Бан круто сыграл. Честно, я не смотрел. Я не смотрел. У меня тут просто два экрана. У меня 4 экрана! Монитор, ноут, iPhone 11 Pro Max, где я смотрю свою трансляцию, читаю комментарии. И мой 15 Pro Max, где я смотрю Формулу-1. 4 экрана. 4. Ой, это, кстати, отсылка к Максу. Максу, когда это 4 чемпионата. Смотри, Shopify тащит, ё-моё, даже есть шанс какой-то. Трендец, я в шоке. Кими Антонелли пытается догнать Макса. Бляха, Оливер Берман 4-й. Бля, прикольно будет, если он вообще будет косоглазым будешь. Да не буду я косоглазым. Я ж вот так, по чуть-чуть. Короче, ну, моя чуйка, как ты и говорил летом, там, на презе, в июне получается, будет либо тизер, либо прям какой-то трейлер, анонс этого новой игры, нового проекта многопользовательского. И, возможно, будут флайтс. Если не будут флайтс, вот эти, типа, пробные, типа, там, версии, там, на пару дней, типа, такого плана, то тогда игра просто выйдет в виде бетки где-то осенью. И из бетки она выйдет, наверное, в то же время, когда выйдет сюжетка, Combat Evolved, Campaign Evolved. Ну или через недельку-две, чтобы типа люди, ну вот эти Sony Boy познакомились с серией, прошли. И потом Microsoft такие, ну или Halo Studios такие, хоба, а у нас вот тут это еще. Все. Всем рады, всех будем ждать. И такие, хоба, а у нас еще турнир, там и конвенция в начале декабря. Все такие, нифига. Sony Boy в шоке будут. Так что да. Мне кажется, все идеально складывается. Пипец, это если Норрис при первом плюс 25 очков. 357 очков у него будет, ё-моё. 26-й, да. Ну потому что это 25-летие. Это как 2021 в свое время был, когда выходила Infinite и отмечали 20-летие. Ну, не совсем, конечно. Я думаю, что 26-й будет лучше, чем 21-й. Какое место Максим? Макс... да тут все вот так вот перемешалось. Он стартовал пятым. Квалификации вчера закончил пятым. И он прыгал с места на место. Сейчас до сих пор на 5-м месте. Но, возможно, ему дадут пенальти 5 секунд. У меня есть такие подозрения. Либо отдать позицию. Но, может быть, это все уже... и забылось, потому что он там, у него стычки были с некоторыми машинами, с некоторыми гонщиками, и, возможно, ну, типа, на это забили, потому что он там потерял много времени. Он очень много раз съехал с трассы, потому что тут не трасса, а вот трек узкий очень, и очень много поворотов, и тяжело входить. Получается так, что ты съезжаешь на траву и теряешь сцепление с дорогой и скорость, и все, поэтому, видимо, на это и забили. Но пока он 5-й. Не знаю. Прошло уже 12-й круг уже. Поэтому, скорее всего, уже пенальти не будет, я надеюсь. И я... не буду говорить. Потом скажу, когда закончится гонка, что я сделал. Вот. На Shopify Optic я не ставил. Это очень опасно. Тут, понимаешь, Shopify могут выигрывать 3-0, а потом возьмут и обосрутся 3-4. Ну, то есть, вот такой момент. Непредсказуемое вообще. Мексиканский картель ставил на Макса. Кстати, в прошлом году у Макса было пенальти, что-то там 10 секунд или больше. Он там с Лэндо очень... Там борьба сумасшедшая была. И... или даже 20 секунд ему дали пенальти. Он там такое вытворял. Так что там он, в принципе, не мог ни на какие места рассчитывать. Но прошлый год был для него довольно-таки легким. Он без проблем стал чемпионом, потому что очень много было первых мест или там подиумов. Вот, а в этом году у нас же мальчики Макларен, вот эти оранжевые, жестко доминируют на свои самые быстрые тачки. Не, я не смотрел Оль Классика. Да это уже не то Оль Классика, это не то. Вот лет 10, да, лет 10 назад, вот это да, была игра. 5-10 лет назад, сейчас уже не то. Даже не напрягался, понимаешь? А что произошло? Я провтыкал что-то. Бляха, я не могу перемотать. Кто выиграл? Что произошло? What's happened? What's happened, guys? What's happened? Shopify выиграли, ё-моё. Сколько уже? 2-0. Я отвечаю, походу будет 3-0, а потом reverse sweep. У меня такое вот чуйка такая. Такое оптики уже делали. Красавчики. Да они сдуются быстро. Они... Не, подожди, они сегодня не играли. А, да, это их первая игра сегодня. Не знаю, у меня плохое предчувствие. Хотя у Сайкела KD 11-3, это страшно. Сайенс, ага, тут еще. Так, Максимку вроде отпустили, все нормально, пенальти не давали. Так и держится 5-е место. Пытается догнать. Капец, он не может Хаас, гонщика догнать. Хаас, американская команда. Вообще там такие у них тракторы. Это же не тракторы, что-то хуже там, блин. Коляски какие-то просто с мотором. Как он догнать его не может? Максимка, ты шо? Ты ж боишься за чемпионство. Он не может нубика. Челу 18 лет, блин, или 19, ездит на американском драндулете. Что я видел? Что там было? Я не видел. Но я могу перемотать, если что, у себя тут. А, типа ты про повтор? Не, это такое. Как человек прыгнул от тачки и запрыгнул на высокое препятствие. Так я что же так делаю всегда? Ты что, не знал? Проблема в том, что когда у тебя низкая герцовка, мало FPS, это практически невозможно делать или делать плавно. Понимаешь? Что не? Не, я так всегда делал. Посмотри наши тренировки. Я тоже просто об этом не сразу узнал. Но последний год я точно так делаю. 22 тысячи зрителей. Ну, неплохо, учитывая то, что это только битва за там какое-то 4-е место. Покажешь потом. Так, ну хорошо. Ты просто... в принципе, можно с разбега, можно... Да, либо с разбега, либо присесть и потом подпрыгнуть. Лучше с разбега. Запрыгиваешь на капот и можно попробовать быстренько ускориться, проскользить, типа даунслоп и прыгнуть. Можно просто разогнаться и прыгнуть. Там, ты ж знаешь, какой игровой процесс в Infinite, что много возможностей. То есть, типа, можно так, можно сяк, вот поэтому я очень люблю Infinite и именно игровой процесс. Как кто гламурный у тебя там? Ты давай по никам, уже всех знаешь. Ладно, на самом деле я в Shopify еще. Не, может и всех знаю. Ой. Ну, Last Shot это который вот это Fresh Cut, Royal 2, который самый низкий, Cycle, который MVP этого сезона в этом году, в очках 3-й, и 4-й это Frosty. Просто был наклон 10-й, ничего себе. Одно очко может быть. Воу, предупреждение Хэмилтону, что ему пенальти могут дать? Ё-моё, так это автоматически тогда Максимка будет 4-й, а Олли будет 3-й. То есть, пипец, это его первый подиум будет. А TSM, короче, сдулись, их Envy выбили вчера во втором дне. Но при этом TSM выбили Фейс. Фейс опозорились и заняли 12-е место. Даже SSD лучше сыграли, 8-е место заняли. Это просто позор такой был. Это, там Томми просто чуть ли не плакал. Там, ну, это очень грустно было. Я видел это. Ну, они проиграли 3-1. Даже SSD так не обосрались, там 2-3 было. Но Фейс 3-1 это просто это при том, что в прошлом мейджоре, своем мейджоре, они, блин, 2-е место заняли. Как можно было так обделаться? Все в шоке были, ты понимаешь? Все же думали, что они пройдут там топ-3, может даже там опять топ-2 будет, там, блин, против против Optical, против Shopify. Прикол в том, что они почти выиграли Shopify, они шли по верхней планке, они всех выигрывали. Они встретились с Shopify, они выигрывали 2-0, потом началось 2-2. И они проиграли, они лидировали в резне. Не помню, какая карта была. А, там вот этот был. Карта, которая только что была. Они не брали кэму, они бегали, херней страдали. В итоге они... Воу, посмотри, какие графические артефакты. Что это за бред? Да, шел 4-й год Halo Infinite мультиплеера. Охереть, у нас графические артефакты. Что это за хуйня? $60? Да зачем? Да возьми с подписки и все. Лучше я на твоем месте брал с подписки и покупал бы мерч какой-то, фигурку какую-то там. Набор Мега, если будет. Я очень надеюсь, что все-таки вернется Мега, только Metal Breakshop уже будет. Что тут происходит? Да ты можешь все использовать. Надо просто найти обходной путь для тебя и все. Ничего не поменялось. Пиастри 8. У Хэмилтона до сих пор висит какой-то этот... Какой-то, скажу, блин, пенальти, предупреждение. Кстати, Максимка на медиумах. Сунода на медиумах. Практически все на софтах. То есть они раньше будут ехать в бокс пит-стоп. Пиастри 8. Это не его трасса. У него не получается на Мексике. Он там типа дальше пятерки не проходил вроде бы за 3 года своей езды. Ну, Максиму тоже что-то не очень удается это. Вообще в шоке. Феррари как были вторые, третьи, так и остаются. Ну, Хэмилтон, скорее всего, упадет ниже из-за предупреждения или пенальти, или что. О! Таши что-то написал про партнеров. You guys have been the best... we could ask for even before the program launched. You played a crucial part in giving great feedback. Короче, что-то про партнеров, про каких... Я не знаю, про каких. Я очень рад, что LVT остаются, потому что у них самые лучшие турниры на уровне HCS, а даже лучше, потому что они занимаются аналитикой. Аналитикой карт, и игроков, и планировку выстраивают. Даже мне, наверное, больше нравится. У них только ведущие не такие интересные, как у HCS. Ну, им ничего не мешает их просто переманить к себе, учитывая то, что работы в следующем году как таковой не будет. Что там будет? 2 мейджора и Invitational в декабре. Ну, такие. Ё-моё! 1-0 же! У Shopify. Что происходит? Капец. А что у тебя, слышишь, каникулы или что? Потому что у моих всех малых каникулы. У сына судьи сейчас каникулы, поэтому они взяли типа отпуск небольшой. У сестры моей каникулы. Ну и знакомых вроде бы все. Ё-моё, что ты падаешь, телефон? Наверное, как-то вот так сделаю по-другому. Да, скорее всего сейчас будет 2-0. Да, по-любому. Что, блядь, происходит? Неужели все сбудется так, как я говорил, 3-0, а потом реверс свип для оптиков? Жесть. Не, ну Максимка нормально держится. Пиастри прям уже на хвосте у Рассела. Сейчас еще и DRS-зона будет. Опасно, 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 опасно. Посмотрим, как Рассел держит или нет. О, что это? Все. Не, ну тут походу да, 3-0 будет. Optic Gaming need to wake up here. Ну что-то не видно, что они что-то просыпаются.
But this area of the map, hey, Optic's been here for a hot minute, so maybe this could work out for them. But last shot has other ideas, has other plans alongside World 2. He's having a great game so far.
Yeah, their first target here is going to try to be blue. They know Bound's at the bottom of the stairs, but if they can get blue control, no longer can Optic be
Знижки тему. Ага.
But they are doing a good job of holding this one down. Like I said, they had a lot of familiarity with this blue area.
О, неужели? Первая гора для оптиков. Почти. Шо, Verstappen incident, шо? Шо? Noted. Ё-моё, Максим как херню какую-то сделал. Шо они высирают на этой трассе? Хэмилтон что? Ё-моё, Хэмилтону дали 10 секунд пенальти. Трындец, так это он упадет, наверное, на 5-е. Все, ну трындец, он уже не будет на подиуме. На своем драндулете, вот этом красном тракторе. Эх, а жалко. Прикольно было. 2-3 место в Феррари. После постоянных вот этих вот неудач и DNF. если на Halo Fest затизят, ну, так скорее всего и будет. Ну так а шо по Halo по факту, по сюжеткам, что будет? У нас будет книга в декабре, которая продолжает сюжет Infinite и будет мостиком для Halo 7. Как в свое время была First Strike в 2003 году, между Halo Combat Evolved в 2001 году и Halo 2 в 2004. Я, кстати, знаю, почему так случилось. Ты же помнишь, что Halo 2 очень сильно страдал от кранча, и там вообще был производственный ад. То есть в теории игра могла выйти в 2003 году, если бы разработчики не напортачили с освещением, и если бы изначально продумали типа план того, сколько, какие объемы они могут осилить. Или там попросили бы Microsoft увеличить штат. Они этого не сделали, они не рассчитали мощности свои. И получилось так, что игра вышла только аж в ноябре 2004. 3 года. На то время игры быстрее разрабатывались, поэтому это реально долго. И скорее всего из-за этого Bungie попросили кого-то там... Сейчас я скажу, кстати, какой автор. У меня же книжка есть. Эрик Найланд, ребята. Эрик Найланд, First Strike, 2003 год. 2003 год. Эрик Найланд, очень круто. Значит, книжка будет очень интересная, потому что Эрик Найланд написал Fall of Reach. Fall of Reach моя пока что самая любимая книга в моей жизни. Самая интересная, которую я читал. Несмотря на то, что там есть недочеты, неточности в плане того, что не совпадает немножко по хронологии, там, с тем, что происходило в Halo Reach игре. Но и книга 2001 года, а Bungie потом просто что-то там переделали, переписали. Вот, но, типа, вот, не знаю, наверное, завтра уже начну читать. Я бы сегодня вечером начал, но у нас чемпионат мира по Halo Infinite, черт меня подери, блин, долго будет идти. Ну, когда я буду читать. Поэтому уже завтра начну читать. Утро вечером мудренее. Хотя, честно, лучше всего заходит чтение перед сном. Хотя бы за полчаса до сна, где-то так. То есть, если я хочу лечь в 12, не лечь, заснуть в 12, выключить гаджет и все отложить, и просто закрыть глаза в 12, то тогда мне надо взять книжку в руки хотя бы в 11:25. Что называется чемпионат мира? Потому что... Ну, мир имеется в виду наша планета, планета Земля, Planet Earth. И, типа, ну, они даже помогают добраться каким-то командам с, например, с Европы, знаешь, там, да. Блачок взять какой?
And look at this clock start to tick down. 46 seconds of defense left here for Optic.
Things are getting a little dicey now. Beautiful shot from Pound. Looking for another one. Last shot. The lineup. The pitch. And he misses. But hey, at the very least, it's the pressure that he's applying to Shopify Rebellion. That clock begins to tick down. 30 seconds remaining here. Things are getting dicey. But Bound's got good control this night. Gets the body shot. Love to see it. And they're going to continue to add on to this. Frosty, though, finally stops Bound's reign of terror. But no one's in a great spot to be able to get into that hill. We only got 14 seconds remaining here, Dave.
No, and just this defense is impenetrable. Legend and crew even right near the hill just to defend.
Так, производственные издержки. Что тут происходит? 2-3. Офигеть, Shopify не успевают. Shopify 3 секунды остается. Они что-то держат даже. Ёма, неужели они возьмут этот ничего? Не успевают. Ну не, это нереально. Против оптиков-то, ну не. Не, посмотри, что Роял тут творит, посмотри. Да, неужели они возьмут сейчас третью гору? Ренегейт заходит. Ну, это было бы красиво, конечно. Окей, 2-1. Я уже не угадал. Я говорил, что будет 3-0, а потом оптики начнут выигрывать. Нет. Охереть, а что происходит? Макс уже третий? Рассел заехал в бокс. Четвертый, ну ладно. Макс уже третий, вы что, гоните? Как это произошло вообще? Блин, мне придется потом это смотреть. Типа пересказ с комментариями, потому что это капец. Я не могу, блин, тут это, блин, интересно. А, блин, бог с этими гран-при, блин. Тут такое вообще. А как же Берман? А что с Берманом произошло? Подожди, он же был четвертый. А, он упал? А, он заехал в бокс, все понятно. Да, обзор гонки. Это есть там пару этих нормальных. Я нашел даже украинец, он в телеграме трансляции ведет. Там, правда, микрофон где-то 720p 30 кадров, но нормально. Хотя не лучший комментатор. На Сетанто Sports намного лучше, там реально качественно. Full HD 60, то есть такое. Или не 60, 30, ну короче, Full HD. Такое намного лучше. Так вот, First Strike, мне кажется, что все-таки Банжи попросили Эрика по старой дружбе, так сказать, потому что они знали, что он проверенный автор. Он для них написал... Кстати, Fall of Reach вышла в то же время, когда и Combat Evolved. То есть, как бы, вселенная запустилась не только с Combat Evolved, но с книги Fall of Reach. И многие, ну, ладно, не многие, ну, какое-то количество людей, какое-то количество поклонников познакомились с серией именно с книги. Прикол в том, что ты когда дочитываешь книгу, там в конце говорится, что, ну, это же вообще-то по вселенной игры, так что обязательно попробуй Combat Evolved. Ну, это типа как, ну, намек, типа, иди купи игру, иди купи консоль, игру и поиграй. И я уверен, что многие так сделали, потому что книга охуенная. Ну, я уверен, там рейтинги у нее минимум 9, минимум. Ну, реально, это вообще классика в жанре science fiction. Перевода книг не будет. Я уверен, что будет сначала машинный перевод от Halo Universe, а потом они будут вносить правки. Либо будет, типа, будет сбор на перевод и будет качественный перевод. Но это такое. Я в любом случае буду покупать на английском. У меня уже коллекция на английском, у меня уже 6 книг. Причем маленькие, те, которые размером с ладони. Мне такие больше всего нравятся, они самые удобные. Но есть минус, они мягкие и они быстро мнутся. И у меня The Flag просто в хлам обложка. Ну это такое там... Неаккуратно относился к ней. Это такое уже. Ладно, что у нас сейчас? У нас сейчас крепости будут. О, Recharge, это карта... А не скажу, что это карта оптиков. Это и карта Shopify. Тут силы на равных, трудно сказать вообще. Чё, Цунода? А, ну дело в том, что... Лоусон вообще все уже. Хилки, что? Нико тоже уже все? 18 гонщиков осталось. Капец, игра на выбывание какая-то. Что происходит вообще? Ага. Пипец, Леклер отстает от Норриса на 15, на 14,6 секунд. Верстаппен на 12,7, что гоните? Что это за разрыв? Full Reach в виде комикса, что ли? Нет. Это книга полноценная. В книгах нету рисунков или что-то. Только обложка. И все. И то вроде в новых книгах сзади еще тоже типа есть рисунок. Да это чисто текст. Чисто текст. Ну посмотри, 3 зоны держит Shopify, охренеть просто. Как оценишь книгу контакт? А я же не читал, я даже не вскрывал. У меня посылка лежит, я когда-нибудь, не знаю, в ближайшее время запишу улов. И у меня там еще 3 книжки, одна из которых Contact Harvest. Но не знаю, я буду ее читать первой после First Strike или нет, я еще не решил. Там одна книжка про DST, Contact Harvest, и еще какая-то, я не помню какая. Я ее не читал толком, так а чё? Прочитал и пошел дальше, как я. Ё-моё, посмотри, сейчас будет 3-1. Тупо щемят оптиков. Я в шоке. Короче, возвращаемся к теме Halo Combat Evolved Halo 2. Сейчас та же самая ситуация. Трудности с игровым движком. Отсутствие специалистов по вот этом Sleep Space Engine. Перенос всего и вся на Unreal Engine 5, опять-таки из-за вот этих трудностей с разработкой игр. И надо на это все время. Да, оно как бы быстрее будет, плюс еще и будут использовать для разработки, чтобы как-то ускорить что-то. Но, типа, все равно надо время, понимаешь? Это у них там, может, сюжет есть, все есть, типа, для Halo 7. Но надо же этой команде объяснить все. Сначала подготовительные работы идут, а потом уже полноценная разработка. Но, к счастью, подготовительные работы закончились еще где-то года 2 назад, наверное. Вот только когда первые слухи пошли по Unreal Engine 5, в году 22-23, вот тогда уже, я уверен, 100% начали разрабатывать Halo 7. Возможно, проблема в том, что там будут масштабы очень большие. Может, там миссий много будет. Вот просто сейчас все так складывается, как будто Halo Infinite это Halo Combat Evolved, которая, типа, за делом на будущее, да? Потому что Combat Evolved, там же открытая концовка, там штука ничего не объяснили. А сейчас вот выходит книга, так же, как вот в 2003 году, только у нас 2025. Ну, может быть и разрыв больше, потому что там был 2 года разрыв, у нас разрыв 4 года. Ну, ладно, типа, они долго думали. Я же напомню, что должно было быть сюжетное DLC вообще-то. Да, ну, превратили это все в книгу. Ладно, спасибо хоть на этом. Ну, значит, если не в 26-м, то в 27-м году по-любому выйдет Halo 7. Ну, типа, зачем им тогда сейчас выпускать книгу? Они же могут и в следующем году ее выпустить. Понимаешь? Ну, если игра не будет готова к 27-му году. Пиздец, что происходит. Но, Ренегат включился, проснулся, все, 3 зоны держит. Так, Максимка 3-й, но... Блин, ему надо выигрывать время, чтобы если что, он в бокс заехал. Какие там события, где? О, Леклер в коробку заехал. Будет перезаряжаться. Какие там события? Где? Какой книги? Так, Леклер заехал, а каким он будет? Контакт, не помню, там за какое-то количество лет до Рич. Или нет, не какое-то количество лет. Хороший вопрос. Ты так спрашиваешь, как будто я знаю, помню. Я же не читал. Не, подожди, тут... Короче, это далекое прошлое. Это 2524. Это самый первый контакт с Ковенантом. То есть контакт, имеется в виду контакт с кем? А именно с Ковенантом. То есть это такая книга, которую можно прочитать в любой момент. Типа, можно прочитать ее сразу, можно прочитать ее вообще перед смертью, знаешь, что это такое. Ёж, Ренегат творит. Но это не спасает их. Сейчас Shopify забирают 4-ю карту, будет 3-1. Я бы на твоем месте купил и прочитал full... Короче, то, что я сейчас читаю. И дальше уже там по ситуации. Или прочитать follow... Не, подожди. Дело в том, что также анонсировали сборник, вот этот омнибус из первых 3 книг. И они будут вносить правки в некоторые книги. Скорее всего, Fall of Reach точно, потому что там хронология немножко неправильно. Там по дням не совпадает с игрой Halo Reach. Поэтому мне кажется, что... ну, типа, если прям покупать, то можешь подождать вот того омнибуса. Я тоже его, скорее всего, куплю потом. Но мои оригинальные книги никуда не денутся, это уже история. Тем более у меня еще и первые издания. Самые первые. Плохо, что, конечно, они прям хорошо сохранились, но что такое же. Фу, на Эликсе тоже что есть книги. Там есть прям целая коллекция продают. Верстаппен уже 2-й. Если он зайдет в бокс, он будет 3-м, что ли? Капец, какие разрывы у них, я в шоке. Блин, это вообще такой хаос с этой гонкой. О, Юки красавчик, он держит Оскара. Туда его. Я в шоке. Ну ё-моё, 34 круга уже обкатали. Из 71, это жесть. Мне не нравятся такие гран-при. Мне нравится, когда... Нори заряжает, говорю, заезжает в коробку. Мне нравится, когда где-то 50 кругов и вот эти круги по минута 40, где-то минута 50. Это намного интереснее. Потому что тут трек очень короткий, на самом деле. Какой-то форма бумеранга какого-то. Интересно. Как это такое? Подожди, как такое может быть? Оптики почти догнали их, это при том, что у них 247. Как такое? Ну это могут только MVP делать. Это только лучшие команды могут вот так вот сливать, и потом без 3 секунд, без 3 очков. Если они сейчас выиграют, это вообще жесть будет. Там вообще кэсты все эти ведущие в ахере, наверное. 200... Пипец, они практически догнали. Охренеть. Зашли. В конце-то концов. Все-таки выиграл. Вот 3-1. Как они чуть не опозорились, я в шоке. Нет, вот лучше тут оптики выиграли, это было намного интереснее. Ладно. Сейчас оптики будут злые, и если они тут сливают, и будет битва за бронзу, то там они испепелят Энви. Не, ну Энви 3-е место, это уже ни хера себе, блин. Помню этих ребят, как они на форшкап турнире еще играли. Вообще там просто всех тупо сносили. Страшные ребята. Еще и, блин, оказывается, они сильнее Фейс. SSD, это же вообще страшно думать об этом. Фух. Ну и приятно еще думать о том, что они остаются на следующий год. Правда, я не знаю, что это означает. Типа команда та же будет или как, расформируют. С Фейс вопрос. С SSG. SSG точно там расформируют нахер. Новых типа наберут. Ну, Стеллар точно останется и Ику, скорее всего.
Gaming showing that when those moments when they need to clutch up, they can. Thing is though, is that they were in that situation to begin with in Shopify Rebellion, just with those strong starts and continuing to just put that pressure. I mean, you were even seeing when they had to locked down, they were fighting always for the third. Always fight for the third right here. This is the time that Optic got caught off guard. They had
Мне напрягает то, что Макс до сих пор не заехал в бокс. И он, ну, не сильно-то опережает тех, кто за ним. Он же очень сильно рискует. Уже 36 стрипов, а он до сих пор в бокс не заезжал. И отстает на 10 секунд от Норриса. Норрис вообще в ударе сегодня. Вчера, сегодня. Капец. О, Лайфайр, это карта.
Halo World Championship Grand Final.
Take a look at those stats though from Cycle during game number 2 on Slayer. 16
Так, стратегічна авіація без крові, бо плану зараз набагато. 5 плюс на
It's like he just spawned up and just had bullets going everywhere, you know, it's insanity. Frosty, probably one of the best QT players in this tournament. This quantum translocator in his hands is something of beauty, but does not manage to get the kill there, but he'll be able to pop in and out when he needs to.
Капец, там что-то гонщики трутся друг об друга. Так, у нас резня, это такое уже тут pure skill, да, чисто умение. Не, ну... Сейчас Shopify могут выиграть 4-1. Жестко будет, естественно. Это будет не очень, конечно, для оптиков. Ой, я сейчас обратил внимание, тут на обложке First Strike Марина из Combat Evolved. Что в целом логично, потому что Halo 2 тогда еще не была готова, да, она была в разработке, в активной разработке. Видимо, дизайн был не до конца готов, поэтому кто там автор, кто обложку делал? Cover illustration by Lorraine McLeese. Лоррейн Маклис пользовался ассетами, да, наработками из Halo Combat Evolved. Все логично. Прикольно. Вообще, такая обложка красивая.
This feels like the opposite of what we saw in that Solitude Slayer game, right? Optic Gaming with that strong start now. Exactly what the doctor ordered. You have to think too, after the way that King of the Hill game, or rather Stronghold game, excuse me, played out, they have to have that confidence, and they should. They're Optic Gaming for goodness sake, but they have to be feeling good about how they've been playing in this one.
Feeling real good, that's absolutely certain. But look at Renegade just getting in lines, and this is what we're seeing. Look at this comfortability now we're seeing from Optic. That wasn't there before in the first couple games of the series. They're catching Shopify off guard. They're charging around without getting punished.
Decisive first strike, вот так вот. Капец, оптики лидируют вдвое. Ладно, сейчас приду. Пятый, шестой.
He waited, he crouched for a second, and then he went right back in for the attack. Even though they end up dying there, he does manage to get, at the very least, his players way in the back, allowing his teammates an opportunity to be able to make those pushes happen. And they'll get a couple of kills out of this one, keeping that lead to 8.
What a great answer kill there by Bound. He was the only one alive, only one near top center. Finds out that World 2 is weak over there, gets at least that finish, and now his team off the spawn, despite having inferior positions,
это плохо, конечно. Максимка. 8-й.
Quite low, but is able to get out of there. Split spawn too for both of these players. Last shot, knew that there was going to be someone behind him. At the very least, he's able to get something out of that camo. That's going to be 3 players down here for Optic Gaming. Sniper's going to be available to grab. Formal can't win out on that fight, and World 2 is going to win instead.
World 2 trying to reposition. What did he decide to do with this?
They're coming back into this one.
Shopify догоняет.
Quite a lead that Optic had at one point, and we are within striking distance. But this does, like I said, feel a little similar to Solitude game, except it's roles are reversed here. Optic need to do everything they can to just keep that pace.
Non-stop pressure on Royal 2. They're not letting him get comfortable. Look how long he's been at no shields for. Has to jump that sniper off the map, and what should have been Shopify's key to get back into this game and try to tie this up. All of a sudden, swim in the water.
Yeah, but Optic knew that win con though, right? How many times have these guys played against Royal 2? You know what he's going to do when he get his hands on that snipe. So you have to remove that from the equation. They shut him down. All that to say though, Shopify Rebellion, despite being down by insurmountable numbers, have been able to come back into this. Now they're within 1 kill from tying this one up. Wow.
Look at this fight for the tower, though. Rebel's power position coming on up.
Man, that moment-to-moment decision-making there from Frosty, which is so gorgeous because he throws down the spiker, knowing that that player had to push. He takes the other side of the fight rather than going up against him on the right, takes the left, forces him in front of that spiker, gets the kill, and now Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, you'll notice consistently these top players, especially when they're at a numbers disadvantage, are able to isolate a melee. They're able to force a player into a close range fight where they either have to decide, am I going to get grenaded or am I going to get meleeed?
Found, trying to play his life in the back of the field there. Won't be long for this world as he's taken out. And now Rebellion have been able to get themselves a little bit of a lead here, but it's a fragile one. Just 2 kills. Camo's coming up in a few. They're anticipating it. Where this next big fight's going to be happening. There you go, Camo online. Who's going to go and grab that one and use it to great effect? It's only a 1-kill lead. Great reads from Royal 2, getting behind enemy lines here. Keydor is available, that's a double kill. It doesn't get any better than
Охренеть,
that for Royal 2. Might be able to even pop him with
Ну-то сейчас, получается, они выиграют, вообще пройдут в финал.
Capitalizing on that chaos, giving his team now the lead after Optic got off to such a strong start.
Трындец.
And he's not stopping just yet. Finding where these players are at, getting so much information. And this is what's so dangerous about Shopify. There's times where they get that slight lead, and they know when to press gas, and they know when to press brake.
40 to 37 now for Rebellion. It's kind of what we were seeing earlier, what Optic was doing to the Rebellion, making them having to take those, you know, weird, awkward fights, 1v1s, right? Or you think it's a 1v1, but instead they are just someone lurking in the shadows. Little plays like that. Now Optic looking to actually group up here, receive this pressure that's going to be coming in from the Rebellion on the garage side. And they know they have to anticipate this because the Camo's in the hands of Cycle. He's able to get himself one, looking for a second.
Everyone's there too. All of Shopify heard the calls at Keydor, and everyone is collapsing wherever they're at. You look at Shopify, or you look at Frosty fighting those players over at Cuts. You see Last Shot hunting somebody down over, also at Tower. All these players have been doing such a good job of hunting Optic down when they're stuck in a bad position.
6 kills remaining though for Shopify Rebellion to punch their ticket to the Halo World Championship Grand Final. Can they do it? Optic Gaming have shown that they can come back when the moment calls for it.
Походу проходят финал.
There's only 3 kills that they need to get to tie this one up. And they got to remove this snipe from the hands of Last Shot. If he has it in his possession, it's going to be a problem.
Look at this play, having Royal 2 lead here. I like this play, how they do this now with Sniper. Instead of always having the Sniper be the first one to expose themselves or peek out, they have somebody else do the dirty work, someone else lead the fight, get some information so that Sniper can more confidently go around and take their fights.
Last Shot didn't get the info that he wanted. Optic turtle.
Алонсо тоже вылетел. 45-43.
Here he goes. Might actually get pressured from the player down low, but no, he's going to die out of that one. Sniper's going to be down, but Rebellion are going to have bodies all around it, so they should be able to reclaim it now. 47-43. Only 2 kills remaining after that 48th one gets locked in.
Now I think I want to grab that snipe, but doesn't matter. The fight's going down in the garage. Coming out to make that 50. Shopify Rebellion in the grand finals.
СР прошли в финал, ё-моё.
Victory over Optic Gaming.
And what a game and what a series that was. Optic showing that they can't fight back in those moments, but the Rebellion are too strong. They will punch their ticket for this Org's first ever Halo World Championship appearance and an opportunity for the likes of Royal 2 and Frosty to hold a trophy over their head yet again, and to do so for those young men on that stage right there, Last Shot and Cycle, for a World Championship. Unreal. But now
Жестко.
they have a date with Envy. Which is
They have a date with Envy.
right? From back
Да, у них сейчас свидание с Энви будет.
Circumstances a little bit different this time around with both of these squads, but Optic Gaming certainly are going to be looking for blood when they get ready for that elimination final. But Rebellion, the day belongs to them for right now, but the job's not done yet. But if you're looking at the scoreline and you're thinking about Rebellion's chances in that grand final, well, I think you have to be feeling pretty good about your squad.
They're looking good, looking icy. You know, you had a lot of close games there going in favor of Shopify. You had moments where Shopify were down.
Yeah.
And somehow brought it back. But that's not the last we'll see of Optic, as you said.
Yeah.
And also, we're going to see how Envy comes out. I mean, they look so good against Luminon in their first match of the day.
My guy Descended holding it down for the Boricuas out there. He's having a damn good event. Looking forward to seeing what he could do. But that is, of course, going to do it for us here. Dave, love you, buddy. Thank you so much for everything. Appreciate it. Thank you so much to everyone who've dealt with our shenanigans over the course of the Infinite HCS season. We're so grateful for you guys. And that's going to do it for myself and for the Legend Wall Sheet. We thank you all so much. And for now, let's send it over to another legend. We have Guy Blaze standing by with one of the players of the Rebellion.
Yo, thank you so much, G. Seattle, get loud.
Ты шаришь за моноколесность бытия, ты что гонишь, что это такое? Что такое кичигинские свойства? Ты шо? Не пугай. Что у них с микрофоном?
The big one isn't done yet, okay? And this is so far your highest place in Edo Worlds. Last year you got top 4. Just talk to me about how proud are you being able to play in this grand finals. You've had a crazy career, you know, even being trained by your sensei, Rescue Killer, coming all the way up here to the stage to playing with some of the best slayers in the league. How does that feel? Yeah, it feels great. Shout out my teammates, shout out my
Эдди Кичигин это кто? Художник какой-то? Скетчина.
Take us away.
Thank you so much, Blaze. Wow. Shopify Rebellion. My goodness me. I was hoping for a competitive series, to be honest with you, just because I don't want this day to be over just yet. But you just cannot deny how perfect Rebellion play, consistent game modes and game types. It's just unbelievable. And honestly, when you're looking at, you know, the graphics, right, and you're looking at the charts, it's really out the window at times for Rebellion. They're so strong on pretty much everything. You can never count them out, no matter who's best they're going up against. Such when you're looking back at moments where you thought Optic had the lead, where you thought
Я даже не угадал, блин. 4-1.
Rebellion denied. What does that come down to for you? What are you noticing in gameplay that really does stop to?
Ничего себе, Максим почти догнал Хэмилтона. Но у него преимущество, потому что он на софты переобулся. Ты загуливал, что ли? Да, загуглил. Ничего не понял.
Well, it's actually Shopify Rebellion doing that. I think Optic are struggling at times with how fast Shopify are in their face, forcing these split spawns.
Ты понял, я не понял.
Uncomfortable and not really letting the individuals on Optic shine like we know them to be capable of.
Шо, у меня будильник стоит, на шо у меня будильник? 9:09, зачем мне такой будильник? Дальше будет интересно в кавычках, потому что дальше будет Оптик против Энви. Я думаю, тут понятно. Офигеть, он уже почти догнал Хэмилтона, очень сильно отставал при этом.
Just little to no hesitation there when you're looking at the B-roll as well, and I think that's something that is massive for them, and it also adds to that speed and that pace that we're kind of picking up on a little bit here. You see in the final moments of the Slayer, last shot takes the head off top tower, and then immediately following that kill, and I mean immediately, it's a swarm. The pressure is applied the second that goes into their favor. they cannot take their foot off the gas. I don't think teams are ready for that. It's incredible, and they're only growing consistently in terms of that pressure that is applied.
There's no timing loss. There's no hesitation. You give them an inch, and they often will take a mile. And the reason why Flight are able to do that is because that man on screen with the highest KD. It is so easy for Cycle, Frosty, and Last Shot to move as smoothly as they do on the map when you know World 2 simply has your back and is covering it. I love what World 2 did. It was phenomenal.
Yeah, I think you'll get the veterans, the guys that have been there before, the three-time world champions, Frosty, World 2, what they brought to the table, and that was everything for this Shopify team.
Просто из ниоткуда Макс взял и обогнал. Ну ладно, из ниоткуда. В герозоне по прямой. Максимка, давай, ты должен Пиастри этого гада обогнать.
Tournaments, and what a better tournament to do it, right? They've had such successful careers in Infinite, and they want to end this with Cycle and Last Shot getting a ring of their own.
Фух, а ну давай, появилась там уже следующая эта игра. Не появилась.
Time and time again, because I just see something unbelievable from every single one of them. I just, honestly, it's pitch perfect right now. We'll see what can be done about that in the grand finals, but of course, Optic Gaming, they'll be in the elimination bracket. They will be going up against MB, who have been waiting and watching, and really looking at what they need to do to take down Optic Gaming, because it was right there for them. You know, they watched that series, they saw how it was done, they now need to execute.
Да, Макс уже точно не поедет на 2 бокса. Охуеть. Серьезно? Оба? И Хэмилтон, ага, все втроем заехали. Антонелли, бляха, надо было, чтобы Антонелли поддержал. А у Антонелли очень плохой пистоп был. Трендец. Антонелли, да, конечно. 4,6 секунды, это ужас вообще. Подожди, а сколько уже Пиастри заезжал? 2 раза, что ли? Я помню, он вначале заезжал. Сейчас Максимке очень надо спешить догонять Рассела. Или даже, бля, прикинь, ой, извиняюсь за мат, конечно, но... Трындец, эмоции. Блин, я считаю, почему сегодня такой день, блин. Такой гран-при интересный, и тут игры такие. Но сейчас не очень интересно будет бронза. Сейчас, понятное дело, Envy 3-е место займут, но... Тот факт, что они вообще прошли так далеко, это просто шок, типа. Это прикол, мы ж помним этих ребят, вот эти Descendant, Suppressed, вот эти чуваки, ну жесткие ребята. А тут они со своей командой дошли в чемпионате мира, это даже не мейджор, это чемпионат мира, тут, блин, все возможные команды были приглашены. И же говорю, трансфер был, и все. Чтобы они добрались сюда, чтобы они просто доказали, что могут. Европейцы 4-е место заняли. Европейская команда, там французы, испанцы были, еще кто-то. Европейцы вообще впервые в истории Halo в топ-5. 4-е место. Но Envy тоже круто, очень круто. Envy раньше, кстати, была довольно-таки сильная команда. Там тоже топ-5 занимала стабильно. И тут 3-е место уже. Не, если они 2-е каким-то образом, ну это вообще шок будет. Но сомневаюсь. Не, а оптики сильнее. Я даже предположу, что оптики могут стать чемпионами мира. Так, они просто это... Поскользнулись только что с Shopify. Чё, Верстаппен уже 3-й? Вот я только, блин, отвернулся на пару секунд. А, потому что Рассел и Берман заехали в бокс. У Максимки очень хорошая тактика была. Медиум и теперь софт. Но он на медиумах объездил половину трека где-то. Чуть больше. И потом переобулся на софт. Теоретически в софтах он сможет доехать. Теоретически. Но ему надо очень много времени выиграть. Если вдруг ему придется заезжать. Ну, бля, на что ему переобуваться? На хард? На последних 10 кругах? Ну, Не знаю. О, кстати, постанова трейлера очень крутая. Вот эти дрифты на вепрях. Прикольно очень. Кстати, читал где-то в этом... Читал в Твиттере вроде бы. Все-таки это новые модельки на хантеров. Все-таки новые. Это не модельки из Infinite, они переделаны. Ну, возможно, основа Infinite, но она переделана. Переделана, там косметические изменения были у моделек. А вот гранты 100% из Infinite. И, скорее всего, еще какие-то персонажи. Какие-то модельки. Берман отстает на 16 секунд от Макса. Максу надо догонять Леклера по-любому. Трындец. Какие-то эмоциональные карусели. Эмоциональные качели. Вообще вся гонка просто. Черт, поддержка 24/7. Почему так долго грузит? Леклер остается до конца, окей. Надо инфа по Максу.
мабуть, не найкращий варіант для команди.
20 кругов осталось, да.
І цим Леклер буде займатися. І подивимося, чи буде в нього для цього темп. Ми говорили про півсекунди з кола, і Верстапен не наздоганяє Леклера для боротьби за позицію. Але якщо мова про 7 або 8 десятих секунди з кола,
6-7
є шанс виграти друге місце у Леклера. І Верстапен починає вигравати по всіх десятих. Обміняйтеся позицією в першому повороті, сказав Алексу Албану, на що він говорить, це найгірша стратегія у всіх часів. Ви будете сміятися, але стюарди розглядають можливе перевищення швидкості Сайнса на місці. Насправді, смішного тут небагато, і це... Заїзд в бокси буде з перевищенням. Сайнса зробив ще раз. Розглядали епізод Піастрі у Бог без наслідків.
The 2025 Halo World Championship is presented by HyperX,
Нехай буде. Естебан
Omen,
не робив нічого радикально
and
поганого.
Hayward.
Проти Оскара Піастрі, то відповідно проти Естебана Окона. Та ось
Halo Infinite means to me the world.
I mean, it means everything. This is the whole point of it. It's the whole journey. It's the whole passion. It's just everything.
It's up there just for the simple fact that I thought I was done and decided to compete again. So it's always going to be special in that way.
I'd say Halo Infinite definitely was up there. It was a little rocky for me at first, but I grew to definitely love this game. It's definitely amazing to compete in this game and play it every single day. It's been a really fun time.
A game that, for me, has seen competitive Halo return to the top. It, for me, has been the best Halo title since Halo 3, and I can say that fairly comfortably. So, for me, Halo Infinite means absolutely everything.
Putting all of pretty much my free time as much as I can, and then some, hours and more every week for the last 4 years. Yeah, the opportunity's been amazing. I hope to still have more and keep doing the exact same thing, keep giving my all.
I mean, I just love Halo, so I'm just gonna play any Halo that comes out, to be honest.
Well, good afternoon, Seattle, and welcome back to your Halo World Championships, and welcome back to the biggest Halo stage in the world. It is now or never for our teams, and never more so than on this moment, because elimination finals, they bring a whole different level of pressure to the table. On one side, we have Optic Gaming. On the other, we have Envy. One team just got knocked down on a path that they were really hoping they could pick up on, something that they haven't done so far this season, but it's okay because they also do have plenty of skill in the elimination bracket, so bouncing back in this final hopefully shouldn't be too much of a tall order for Optic Gaming. On the other side, we have Envy, of course. We're gonna have to take down the powerhouses. This Green Wall team are very, very tricky. Yes, they didn't get it done to Shopify Rebellion, but Clutch, they do have what it takes here in this elimination final. I can say that very confidently. But it's what type of team they're going to meet. Can they keep their heads up? We've seen what happens to the likes of FaZe, who take it all the way down to the wire with Shopify and suddenly get knocked out of the tournament by TSM in a sweep fashion. Will the same be said for Optic Gaming, or can they regain?
Yeah, it's tough, right? Envy's on a heater right now through the elimination bracket, making it all the way to the elimination bracket finals. Optic are going to find a team that's very comfortable and believes in themselves, but Optic are going to be the favorite, make no mistake about it. They just have to have a little bit more from everybody on the team. Looking at these two, I think Bound actually had a phenomenal series last series. 0.93 with the way that Bound plays is very impressive in the fashion that they lost. So if he can continue that pace, you get a little bit more from Formal and Legend, I think they'll be just fine.
I certainly do agree as well. There were just moments in that Shopify series for Optic Gaming, Tony, where it was really just a decision, a split decision. It could have been turned on its head. That Strongholds was really tough to watch. There was a moment there where Optic Gaming had it in their hands, and unfortunately they gave it away. So many different pathways you could have taken, but yes, it's hearsay now. How do they regain in those moments, in those decision-making aspects, and try to do this against Envy here?
Well, I mean, you're leaning on Bound. I mean, you saw in those stats right there, obviously sub 1.0 KD for him, and even Formal as well. But when you look at when they're winning tournaments, you often see Bound is top 5 in the entire tournament in damage per minute. If he can get back to that, I don't care about his KD. I want to know that damage.
I love to hear that. Well, the other side of the stage loves to see what just happened to Optic Gaming. Obviously, the series didn't go the distance. Now they're looking to capitalize on that. And Envy, they had a really hot series against Luminon Gaming, knocking them out of the tournament. And I will say that final map for them was a heater. It looked great. We saw what happens when Envy are all playing at the same caliber. We saw Descendant start to pick things back up again. Clutch, what do you want to see them bring to the table against Optic that you did see in this Luminon Gaming series?
I think it was that objective efficiency that Envy was showing us, that they actually can play Halo at a very high level and not just shoot better than a lot of other teams. And I think the individuals on this team will be able to stand in some gunfights with Optic. It's a matter of, do they capitalize? Are they actually efficient with the objective? Is their movement around the map, their rotations on point? They showed against Luminon that they can do it. Let's see now with Optic being the new line of defense here, if they're able to actually replicate that same level of gameplay.
And of course, this was their road in the Halo World Championships up to this point. And things had been looking so good for Envy. They had a bit of a struggle in the middle against Space Station Gaming and against Cole, who were heating up there in that winners quarterfinals. Ultimately, that pushed them down to round 1, but it's been great ever since. And then for me, I think the big outlier, what really turned this on its head, and I think made me believe in Envy the most, was that TSM series. The fact that TSM came off basically their championship kind of series against FaZe, knocking them out top 12. They were on Cloud 9, excuse me, and the pun obviously with Cloud 9 there, but they certainly were indeed, and to do that to a hot TSM is crazy, Tony.
It really is, and the one thing I love about how Envy played the game is they like to play in twos and they like to bait and switch a lot, but once they get those kills, that's when they start to widen their influence on the map. The problem is when Complexity caught them off guard, they caught them in isolation plays, and that's what Optic like to do as well. Envy, you gotta be careful, you gotta be quick. Do not allow Optic to dictate the pace.
I know Envy hadn't had a lot of success on LAN coming into this event, but looking at that graphic, I'm a little bit less impressed with Envy's run. They, in my head, are favorites against Cloud9, our favorites against Lumen, and our favorites against Akave. Like, they haven't created the upset I feel like we probably think they have, being in the elimination finals. This has been a weird tournament, everybody. This is a different beast for Envy. This is where you prove that you can play with the big dogs. You got to go against the green wall.
There is a lot on the line here, folks, and the main stage is ready to go. This is going to be now or never. Do not leave anything in the tank. Leave it all on the stage. This is your elimination finals, and it's Envy versus Optic.
It is our elimination finals. Resurrection or redemption. Envy coming back from the ashes, roaring like the Phoenix, an organization that went away. Their first time in a final since 2017. Snipe Down, Pistola, Mikwin and Hook. But now they've got new superstars. Redemption for the team that was made to win world championships, forged for moments like this. Formal, Legend, Bound, and Renegade. Superstars on that stage. Some have been here for a long time, some only getting comfortable. And it all comes down to this. Envy have caused ruckus already, exceeded expectations, and for Optic Gaming, fallen below their standards far too many times. But still time to change things. Still life left in the tank. Shields up, weapons hot, we're underway here.
And what a way to start it as well, with it being CTF forbidden here for Optic Gaming. This maybe could be the perfect balance in terms of a map and mode, just to give them that confidence once more after being sent down into the elimination bracket here. Or perhaps could we see something that we saw just last event, only merely weeks ago, when they dropped down into that elimination bracket and they were caught out by a very hot FaZe clan. Or Envy, maybe in exactly the same position. They are on a run at the moment, taking down anyone in their way, but Clutch made a very valuable point. They have not necessarily been tested by any of the really big teams now. And if they are going to take down someone like Optic Gaming, they almost have to find another gear here in these elimination finals.
The game slows down. All 8 players on the map, and not a round flying through the sky. Renegade is clearing his angles. Envy trying to bait Optic Gaming in before they explode out the blocks. Jackson's found Renegade. He's down to no shield. Piggy arrives to try and finish that kill, but has to settle for a trade. Legend with the sniper rifle now. Optic Gaming are taking control of the map. But Precision, with that sniper rifle, finds the face of Legend, and now all of a sudden, the sniper rifle that Optic Gaming controlled, no longer a factor, no longer an issue. It's in the hands of Jackson. Envy have got 2 snipes here.
I wonder if once more Optic will fall victim to something that's happened many a time in this tournament already, where for Envy, this is their final, really. This is further than they would have ever expected to get, but for Optic Gaming, this is the expectation that they would go through this and get another stab at Shopify Rebellion. And sometimes when you have that mindset, you just allow the other team to just get a leg up on you. Optic Gaming have to be careful. They have to respect what Envy have been able to do to get to this point. And we can already see Envy confidently holding the map at the moment, but Formal has got the overshield. Remember, one of the key reasons why Envy were able to take down Luminon earlier was their overshield control. And Optic have maybe already sensed that, they've already denied that. And now they're going to have a lot of map control, and Bound might be able to pull this flag off the back of it.
Precision was trying to make it an awkward fight for Formal. Formal gave up on it. Left it for somebody else. The kills have come their way. 3 dead for Envy. Flag was on the move. Bound is taking it. The scenic route, it must be said. Precision makes Formal miss the first shot, but the second one will find a home. Bound taking it through the street. And Picky is the only man on the map that can stop this. Bound shields come back and they're not taking any damage. Optic Gaming, they open us up.
That'll settle the nerves for Optic Gaming a little bit, and for the fans in the crowd here. I think if Envy have come out of the blocks hot, they got the first flag, you might have just planted that seed of doubt in your mind, but now Optic Gaming just need to reset here. After committing to that flag, Envy gain a little bit of map control, but I think the first spawner has been able to really push out. I think it's going to be Legend, who's just a little bit further up as the first point of defense here.
Well, Optic Gaming, as the game slows down once more, they have that lead. Coming off the back of that tough loss against Shopify Rebellion, let's just have a little listen in and see how they're navigating things.
You didn't move in.
He's just sitting there.
West is in 15, guys. Hard, shoot me. Nice, man, nice. Nice, two guys. Go for West,
I'll get away.
I'm watching this one. Where's our head? Precision. Here's a Thor. So hard. We have a West. Is there street, I think? Still street. Shoot.
I'm killing this guy. I'm just killing this guy.
I'm in, right? We're gonna pop.
I'm looking top left.
We're to separate.
Pretty good. He's pissed on me.
Oh, you. To the heart. Look at my back. Nice, two dead. That's still. You guys are hurt. Shoot the heart. He's on you low, One top, I think. Watching over, Watch over here. To the heart.
Yo, one front. He's weak front. He's weak on the front block. This player.
Two low, Ben.
One's island.
On the plaza.
One's island.
One.
Ready.
Walk the heart.
Watch block. I'm blowing.
Watch out, low hit. You kill him? Coming. He's still there. He's low.
Yeah.
He's not sticky. There's sniper down max 10. I'm top left. Bro, trying to kill the guys. Watch this. On a wing. One's on top left.
Ready. I'm ready, guys. There's one on range.
Top left, send it. One's on range. Back front, precision. One on back here.
A lot of small talk. Things have slowed down. They had control of the map. Descendant soared to his death, much to his own maker. Formal puts down damage. A couple of those snipe shots just not finding a home just yet. Did manage to find one to the face towards the end of that run. But it's Optic Gaming in full control here of the scoreline and of the map.
I like the energy on the comms though. Optic don't sound deflated after the loss to Shopify earlier. They know there is still a job to do here in this elimination final. Envy are going to be no pushovers. So like you mentioned, a lot of small talk. A lot of effort around where they need to be positioning themselves for these flag runs. Couldn't quite get that one converted before when Renegade did move it. There was just one player that was out of their sight lines they couldn't get hold of. But they still find themselves a flag up. 6 minutes now remain. Sniper rifles and overshield about to spawn, so this is a big moment. Could be a good turning point for Envy if they're able to get hold of that Ovi as well.
You have to ask the question. When we've seen teams like Envy in the past get to this stage, playing against an Optic Gaming, a Rebellion, or a FaZe, how often do you see that team almost as though they're happy with their exploits? They've set out what they plan to achieve. They've actually exceeded those plans. And they always come out flat. That's the challenge that Envy have here. Find a way to respond to this aggression. Because right now, it's all going swimmingly for Optic Gaming. Descendants in the respawn screen. Last 3 members of Envy back towards their own base. Precision slides out to his death. And it's now a 2-0 Optic Gaming lead.
Optic have done very well at shutting down Nickson and not allowing him to get into those anchor points. When you look back at that elimination semi-final, Nickson was here, there, and everywhere, finding all sorts of angles to lay down the damage. And for me, he might have even been the MVP on that Envy side with how he was playing and the positions he was able to find, but it's just not been able to have that same comfort here against Optic. You're never going to have that much freedom, because Optic, just that little bit better. They catch you out, they spot those kind of things, and they will hunt you down if they feel like you're a threat on the map. But Descendant does find one with a snipe. Maybe a slight opening and a chance to push towards the base here for Envy, but with 4 minutes and 40 on their clock, they need to start thinking about getting a flag soon.
They're thinking about it. They're putting it into action. Found the Legend, make it formal as well now in the respawn screen. Renegade tries to put down as much damage as he can, but the flag's been fumbled, and that will buy Optic Gaming just a little bit more time. But this one should, now I say should, go home. As he slides up. Bound is trying to close the distance, but Descendant now puts Envy right back into this game, and that will do their confidence the world of good.
Yeah, we didn't see the work that was being done on the rest of the map because we were watching Descendant. But it was the rest of the Envy team that were able to push up and pressure Optic, not allow them to have freedom off of that spawn. Now this overshield is going to be big here for Envy. There's going to be a nice push coming from them as well. Renegade tries to hold, but he's overwhelmed. He is swarmed, and Envy is surrounding this overshield, but they're very wary. There could be an Optic trap. But Precision gets it, and now they need to push with it.
Precision needs a couple of nades.
Oh no.
And the overshield, null and void, not having the effect that you would like. Formal gets a double kill as well. And now he can think about pushing forward for his team. Information coming that Jackson's weak, down to no shields now. And actually, as a matter of fact, Legend elsewhere scooped up the flag just to apply even more pressure. Envy are in 6s and 7s. There's 2 attacking, 2 on defense. And Formal has the pick of the world. He drops down, forced to. No shields now. Legend settles for a trade across the map, so that one will be dead, but it just relieves the pressure on the rest of his teammates, forcing Envy to play defense. Optic and Formal will fall on the front base.
I think the Zoomers get excited when we say 6s and 7s as well. I think everyone around just has a collective little scream, but at 2-1, Optic Gaming need to make sure they don't allow Envy to have too comfortable of a push-up here to get control of top middle again, otherwise they might find themselves throwing away a flag and throwing away what did look like a comfortable lead. They have slightly slowed down. They've backed off. They're almost allowing Envy to have a little bit of control here. That's one way to rip away control from them, though. Remember what Descendant did previously before that first flag cap. It was a big shot, but now Renegade started to take control of the game.
Halo Infinite's MVP. And he needs a big performance here. Already providing it 15, 5, and 8. Tags Descendant as he crosses by. But it's Renegade on the Renegade and Bound on the map at the moment. Piggy last man alive for his team. But Renegade's quite happy just to wait. Hold his power position. Bake Precision in. And rip the face. Overshield is up. And that's why Renegade is hesitant to push forward. He knows how big it can be. Body shot finds a home. Bandit gets the kill. Renegade's just holding the line here, but Jackson's got the sniper rifle on the other side. Overshield secured for Optic Gaming.
I mean, it's not a bad backup, is it? After you run out of sniper rifle ammo, just getting a free overshield. There's just 1 minute 30 now left on the clock for Optic to hold as Renegade is still running the show. But we know he's capable of doing this. He's done this multiple times already this tournament against teams like Envy, for example. But Renegade can't be the only one to have these performances if they are to go on, get to that grand final, and also try and take down Shopify Rebellion. We need to see the same kind of performances from the likes of Formal, Bound, and Legend. 3 superstars who can also do the same. All 4 of them have to be at their very best if they are to go on and win this tournament, but they've certainly responded well to dropping down to this elimination bracket so far. 1 more minute then to hold on.
And with that, the Envy push comes. Piggy wins a big 1v1, but Bound gets Precision, so it's a 3v3 on the map. Optic Gaming quite happy to hold what they have, play defense. 3 go down for Envy. That means Optic Gaming are holding the line pretty strong now as Bound continues to look for this player who's just slipped through the cracks. Descendant gets another one with the help of a teammate. And that will mean Optic Gaming have got to mind their P's and Q's here. But they're combining well together. And Precision gets shut down. Formal picks up a double kill.
This is where you can start to increase those stats a little bit because it's like cannon fodder. They all just start to run towards you as desperate times now lead to some desperate pushes from Envy. And that's a big stick from Formal as well. These sticky grenades have proved to be so vital so far this tournament for those trades.
Into the final knockings. Envy are not going to get close. Into the waiting arms of Optic Gaming. Descendant tries to, but fails. And the green wall. 1-0 up in the series. And 3 away from a grand finals rematch with Shopify Rebellion.
And if you consider how good Envy have been at Fortress capture the flag, for example, I think it was important that Optic made a statement in that first game to say, you are not going to be able to just walk over us when it comes to these CTF games. We can control just as you have. The overshield control was definitely something that was very important for their victory. And once they had that 2-0 lead, they definitely slowed it down. They realized they didn't really need to push the narrative of going for a third. And whilst it did invite the pressure, it did allow Envy to get one back. There was just too much to do, and Optic just too strong defensively. It's hard enough breaking into a base and getting a flag. It's even harder when you have to do it against the likes of Renegade, who really did go on a tear with that sniper rifle during the latter stages.
Optic Gaming outslaying Envy 71-54. The score finishing 2-1. Maybe you can say the efficiency can be called into question, but all that matters for them is settling the nerves, getting back to winning ways after that defeat to Shopify Rebellion. And they've done just that here on the main stage. Haven't allowed the result to fester, back to winning ways. Slayer Aquarius is up next.
And this is a really good opportunity for Envy to even us up here. It has been a struggle historically for Optic Gaming. Slayer Aquarius, they're 4-4 throughout this season, as you can see right here on the beautiful graphic created by production. On the flip side for Envy, it's 5-1. Only losing out once. This is going to be something they'll look at this series layout and saying this is a must-win, especially when you start to look further into this series, especially with Recharge Oddball coming up next. We know how amazing Optic Gaming are on Oddball and Recharge specifically. If you drop Slayer here, and then you're going into that third game saying, well, how on earth are we going to take them down on one of their best game types? Very quickly, you could be 3-0 down here in this best-of-7. Then you would have to try and go for the reverse sweeps of all reverse sweeps, trying to do it in a best-of-7 against this Optic roster, who I'm sure will want to make this quick. They will want to easily breeze through so they can not waste their energy on this elimination final and focus on their main targets of Shopify Rebellion. Do Envy have something here to suggest that they can go all the way and go the distance against an Optic Gaming roster?
For Optic Gaming, there's winning, but there's ways of doing it as well. And a clean sweep would be a statement with a punctuation point as well. Head back in against Shopify Rebellion. Lock up once more. Envy, though, still stand in their way. And for Envy, ambitions a little bit differently. You do not want to get 4-0 swept in this elimination final. An incredible World Championships run. But don't let it end with Optic Gaming dominating. Make them work for it. Renegade gets camouflage, but it gets burned. Good work from Piggy.
I mean, it wouldn't be the first time we've seen it, and I'm sure it won't be the last. Time and time again, we see teams getting to this position, but then falling to that squad that drops down from the winner's final. And what can be a very one-sided affair, but we know what Envy are capable of once they get going. They need to brush aside that game one. They gave it a good effort. It was close. But now on a map where they should be the favorites for, they need to prove why. And it's about confidence. It's about getting into these engagements, not fearing the names you're going up against as well. And they have an 8-6 lead to kick us off.
Wonderful start from Piggy as well. 5-1-1. Precision with 3 assists. And they start to collapse on the Optic Gaming hold. Legend back base. They trade damage. Formal's going to venture out now. He'll be met by Precision. Bound goes down. Formal settles for a trade elsewhere. The kills favoring Envy. At least they wear for now. Renegade top middle. Receives a lot of damage. That's a beautiful nade from top middle just to clear Piggy out. And it's Optic Gaming who now hold map control. A complete flip of the script. Although Envy collapsed and the kills were starting to favor them, we're all tied up.
I would be worried if Envy lose this one. Especially when we know how good Envy are at Aquarius, because their ability to work together just with pure bandit skill has been incredible so far this tournament. And on a map where it is truly down to really just teamwork, you don't have to rely on individual ability as much, and Envy seem to really flourish in these scenarios. You rip away the sniper rifle, you take away the shock rifle ability. And of course, we know the heat wave's not being used either. And it means that these cross angles that Envy find, the anchor positions they like to find themselves in, they can be so powerful. Whereas Optic Gaming, maybe because they know how powerful they are as individuals, they might just get caught out a few times trying to move around the map. As I say that, Formal on his own just punches his way through the map.
So important for Envy not to alter the strategy, not to change the recipe. Remember what got you success and got you a ticket to the dance in the first place. This has been such a strong map mode combination for them. We're all tied up at the moment, but Formal's got the camouflage. And he can have a heavy influence in what way these next few seconds are going to pan out.
Formal does eventually push in, and he's greeted by Bound as well as they work together in tandem to get the kills. And now it's 21-21. Nickson going to be the next target, and Formal just constantly calling out to the rest of the team about where those players are. He's not the only one calling out. Of course, Envy, I'm sure, will be calling out where that camouflage is, and maybe it's a good time to jump into a listening with Envy and just see how those comms are.
Reset, new fight. They might hit our gen, Yeah, one's on break. Top 10 going.
Yeah, it's 3-3. Top flag trim. Flag trims.
I got spawn done. One's fridge.
Yeah, I spawned blue flag. I'm trying to help you, Piggy. Trying to get out fridge. I that.
Good. Yeah, let's get out.
Top B.
I'm trying to help Ethan. Keep moving, guys.
Yeah, P2 legend.
Cross watch out, renegade. Hurry up. I can help you out.
You guys P2, I think. You guys P.
P2. Nice. There's a guy P2.
Fight top P.
Yeah, we have numbers. Almost there too. Spawn blue base.
Almost here too. On there, P jump. The heavy yellow P. Two bottom P. One's top P. Top P right now. Playing there fridge now.
Play fridge with me.
He's bottom P door. He's holding the P door. Other guys super.
Nice. Let's go.
Play top car. Gonna be car probably.
Yeah, maybe a lifeline then from the double kill from Nickson and the scream across the main stage, but it's still a 5 kill difference. Make it 4 as I say that. Descendant gets 1. It's traded out by Legend. A 5 kill lead is big though here for Optic Gaming. And how many times did I say against Luminon, Envy, they're a team who love structure. They love that slow kind of pace of play, but when you think about slow pace of play, historically, it was always Optic Gaming that really pioneered that style. Now, I know this is a different look, Optic Gaming. But at the same time, they'll be more than happy to take their time and have a little bit of structure about their games because that gives them extra time to plan, and they are one of the best teams in doing so.
It was a very interesting comm during that listening from Envy.
Ну, Гран-при было охрененно. А вот тут я смотрю, ничего интересного вообще. Я надеюсь, будет 3-0 и 0-3, и мы быстрее перейдем к финалу. И неужели у нас финал будет не в 5 утра? 4 утра, да? Ну, 4, типа 5 это по старому времени, 4 по новому. Да. А в 2 где-то? Даже раньше? А, не 3-0, 4-0 надо, господи. Ну все равно. Жестко, конечно. Не, в смысле, 38-42 Envy догоняют. Охренеть.
Every single time these kills are being traded out as Optic get closer to victory here in what I would consider a must-win for Envy. The rest of the series layout, there are some big maps and modes for Optic Gaming that they love, that they flourish.
For Envy, is this series just on the waves, slowly drifting away from them? Optic Gaming continue to keep them at arm's length, and as a matter of fact, now starting to grow that lead. Precision slides in, gets 1, but is immediately traded out. And somehow, someway, Legend picks up a double kill. 2 kills now for Optic Gaming. That's all that's required to double their series advantage.
It's very rare Optic would throw away a lead like this as well. They just need to plan their attack here or plan their defense. Again, encourage Envy to start to push, get that info, and then you start to do the damage together. Notice how they are sticking in pairs on different sides of the map. They get the first.
First pick provided by Legend, the French phenom. When's the next one going to come? Nickson's inside the fridge, they're not aware of that. But Formal elsewhere gets the kill that he needed onto Descendant. And the green wall do double their lead. Envy in real trouble because this series layout doesn't get much easier for them. That Slayer was huge and it slipped through their fingers.
Optic mean business. They want a quick return back and an attempt at Shopify Rebellion. One thing I noted after they lost that series against Shopify, it was Renegade's reaction, it was his body language, it was frustration. They know they can do better, Optic Gaming. They know they lost some games where they feel like they probably should have won. A few mistakes here or there, a few heroics here or there from Shopify. And sadly for Envy, they're going to go up against an Optic Gaming who are just a little bit peed off after that matchup in the winner's bracket. But with it being a best of 7, there is still time for Envy. And even though, as you've alluded to, as we've both been mentioning, the series layout doesn't really get better in terms of statistics. Once you get past map 3, maybe there's hope. And if, by some miracle, Envy can steal up or recharge away from Optic Gaming, that would change the entire narrative here of this series layout. But with what we've seen so far, it's very easy to start to think that Optic Gaming might just run away with this one, especially when you look at those numbers.
Looking at those numbers, Envy, a mixed bag, 3-2. Make no mistake about it, it's a 6-0 record for Optic Gaming. 92% win rate on rounds as well. And a player I want to highlight, Dan, who in an interview recently said this might be his last tournament, and he is okay with that. Formal. An incredible performance, going 16-8 in that game 2, Slayer.
Yeah, a great tournament to call it your last as well, with it being the final HCS Halo Infinite tournament, of course, of this season. Great announcement, of course, with DreamHacks coming, though, and the Halo Fest, so we will still have more Halo Infinite action. But still, it's a wonderful time for us all here, and I think everyone understands how big a moment this is for Halo at this tournament.
Yeah, I think how big a moment it is, even for Envy. Of course, already exceeded those expectations, getting to this point. But Clutch laid down the gauntlet, he laid down the question. This is the time where you're really going to start playing against some of those upper echelon squads. And Optic Gaming right now proving to be just too much for them.
Too much indeed, but it is going to be a quick break for the players as they just have a little reset here, but no one off and toddling to the bathroom. This is usually when players start to disappear, but both teams bums in seats, and they are more than happy to stay focused and start to think about how this next one's going to go. But with Optic Gaming not losing it thus far this entire season, you would be crazy to bet against them at this point. But maybe Envy can pull off that miracle. And like I said, it does change everything. The whole pace of everything changes. It would be a big head scratcher if Envy suddenly were able to pull out a victory here.
And with Optic Gaming being such heavy favorites in this third map, who was the player you look at, Dan, on the oddball, on recharge? Who was the one that is finding those little pockets of space that's really getting success? Who is the player you're looking at to make the difference?
I mean, it's Renegade. He is unbelievable all tournament long. He has been all season long, all game long in Halo Infinite. He is the MVP for a reason, and we've seen him dominate this map single-handedly time and time again. And if he does get going, it will be close to the curtain call for this Envy roster. But it's not easy to shut him down. And already he starts us off with one, and he's done damage to secure the second, and it's all for dead for Envy as Optic Gaming lay waste to the entire squad, and now we'll start to set up with this ball.
The perfect opening. 4 dead for Envy, and Optic Gaming keep all 4 guns on the map. Complete map control now, shock rifle to play with. And they can set up. Precision will back Renegade down off the bat ledge. And Bound now just closing the space and helping Renegade in case the push comes across the bridge. He's quite happy with what he sees, but Precision overstayed his welcome as far as Renegade is concerned. No longer a problem, no longer a concern.
1, 2, easy as you like. You're just walking into Renegade and a warpath that he always lays down. It is so simple, or he makes it look simple, should I say, as he finds another. The shock rifle in particular looks disgusting in his hands. And at the moment, he's 6-0. Remember, we saw a killing frenzy, almost a running riot from him yesterday on this map with the shock rifle, and perhaps he's going to try and do something similar for us here.
Renegade almost playing with his food there with Precision. Thought about the shot, waited, pops the shields. What a start from the Demon. And Envy just haven't had a response. 46 seconds. already amassed for the green wall. Descendant, bottom elevator. The problem is he's isolated, and the push is coming from gold pipes. Descendant is now aware of that, drops the ball. Bound closes the distance. Descendant down to no shields, no longer a problem. Renegade puts another one in the grave. Putting bodies in the ground. That's what Renegade does best.
Enemy halfway to victory.
And he knows he's on for a frenzy again, by the way. We saw it yesterday. Once he got that frenzy, he started to play in a different way as he was looking to try and make it that one step further. He's not playing as aggressive. He's putting himself in slightly safer positions. And here's the frenzy waiting for him. Does chase it. Does secure it. It's another killing frenzy alongside a triple. And Renegade has earned his MVP for the entirety of Halo Infinite. And he is running the show.
Incredible target prioritization. And he falls from the heavens and gets a free kill with an elbow to the spine. Can't be stopped. Won't be stopped in this form.
Ball dropped.
Precision scoops up the ball. Nickson firing from the bat ledge. Renegade, easy pickings. The game looked so easy, looks so easy on Renegade's POV. The ability that he has, absolutely frightening. And he's got the shock rifle again. Piggy gets a stick onto the ball carrier. Renegade shows he is human after all and misses a couple of shots.
He's just doing it to give him a chance at this point. He's up to 13-0. This is an elimination final, by the way. At the very end, the culmination of this tournament, and Renegade is still able to play with this much freedom. Nickson is next target. Nickson deleted. Piggy's next. It's a running riot. Oh, it was so close.
An absolute massacre. Renegade finally shut down after 15 kills. 81 points to 25. Optic Gaming 15 seconds away from claiming the opening round of this oddball.
It earned a round of applause from the crowd at the attempt as well, because I think everyone knows that Renegade was putting on a show for us. And that's how comfortable, that's how in the element he is right now. But as I said earlier, are you going to have this much freedom to do it against Shopify Rebellion if you are to get to those grand finals? But certainly Renegade trying to make a statement here that they want to get it done fast. All the meanwhile, though, even with this constant Renegade POV that we've had, and for good reason with how he's been playing, Optic Gaming still need 18 more points, and Envy have kept in it.
He's worth the price of admission alone. No. Welcome everybody to the Renegade show. Maybe this episode is over, but he'll be back. Make no mistake about it. Nickson gets put in the dirt by Bound. But in the background, amongst all those kills that Renegade is getting, Envy have got a few points on the board, and they're closing in on that lead. But Formal has the camouflage and a kill to boot.
Yeah, it might have been a good thing that Renegade died, to be honest, because it just meant that Optic could probably play around actually getting the objective done as well. But now Formal will just have a little touch, a little tickle of that ball. Doesn't need to use it though, instead will pass it off. 3 dead for Envy, and this might be the final moments of this round. You saw the stats earlier. It was, what, 92% win rate of rounds? It's very rare they even lose one round, as now they put themselves one up on what has been an incredible first round where we got to see Renegade on a running riot. And if you're Envy, you see that in the kill feed, what are you supposed to do?
Завершення сезону тріо вирішальних гравців чемпіон. Норріс, Ястреб, можливо, Ферстап. Сьогодні на подіумі Норріс і Ферстап плюс
Неплохо. Третье место у Максима.
На друге місце не страшно на сьогодні, але дуже чесне і справедливе. І переможцем Гран-прі
Optic Gaming already securing 10 points off that hot start. But Envy are trying to keep this one scrappy.
It was Renegade who got the first 10 points. I think he felt bad from the previous rounds. And all right, do some objective work, but then there's a shot rifle that falls into my hands once more.
When you look at it, it's almost calculated. He's got 21 seconds of ball time, making sure that he's not the least ball time on the team. I've got 21 seconds, 4 minutes, Wendy, I can drop it now. Renegade somehow finds the shot rifle again. He's almost drawn to it. Descendant steps out a little bit too far. Precision, watch yourself. The form that Renegade's in. The brave man.
И вам надо брать еще. Вот так вот он спать пошел, комментатор. Пошел спать и не будет переводить общение с гонщиками. А, не, уже все перевел. Ну да, тут уже ничего такого не будет. Это ж стоят на подиуме, сейчас шампанским брызгать будут.
Has found himself a camouflage to work with, which is something we've said a few times already this series. Clearly is the one who is very much on point in terms of finding those power-ups, listening to the coach's calls.
Goal pipes control now for Formal. Shot rifle has now just popped up. Grabs the ball, tosses it towards his team. Grabs the shot rifle. This one he will not be tossing towards his team. This one's for him to play with. He wants to have some fun now. Already seen the success that Renegade has had. Jackson takes some shots to the body. Like you say, he doesn't quite have the same impact as a sniper rifle does. Gotta hit the face to see real success. Oh, and Formal with a grenade.
Охренеть, Формал, гранаты, Precision, охренеть, и Descendant. Я в шоке. Пресса и Деса, просто вот так вот. Братова акробатова как раз и все. В шоке.
But 61 points for Optic Gaming. Envy have got to get something cooking and quick.
And when you do see shock rifle shots missed, you realize just how special that running riot was from Renegade in the first round. Piggy can't connect with one either. Renegade says, yes, please, thank you very much, I'll scoop it up. Connects with the body. I think he's only got one shot left in that shock rifle, but it is going to be a 35-point lead now for Optic Gaming as they try and close down. Precision holds strong, but somehow Renegade still gets that trade. Can Envy go against the grain and somehow steal a round away from Optic Gaming here? They have got it over towards blue, so even if Optic can break, the likelihood is it's going to be a play ball. So realistically, Optic will probably try and keep one person up towards glass so they can recover it when it does get sent back home.
Just to remind people, on this map mode combination, Optic Gaming have a 92% round win rate. I'm no mathematician, but to me that feels like they've only lost one round when they play this. And that's the challenge that Envy have to do now, to beat that. Win 2 rounds, and they're gonna have to do it without reply. Optic Gaming already securing 1. They are now within touching distance, our Envy. So Optic Gaming have got to be careful, but yet another power-up goes the way of the green wall.
It must be frustrating for Envy from going from a series where they were getting almost every power-up to now barely seeing one. Not even getting the chance to really look at one. And half the time wondering where on earth it is on the map. Optic recover the ball again, and now Renegade is going to have the ability to go pretty much wherever he wants here. So much freedom, he can just stand top bats and provide info.
Trickles his way down gold steps, almost strutting down. The world is his oyster. He's going to have a backstab here, but also a player behind him, which he's not aware of. Going to have to be careful. Now clears his back. Information came from a team. Player dropped off bat ledge. Ball down. And now Formal picks it up. And that will mean that Renegade has the least ball time on his team, and expect him to change that if he can. Precision in tower. Renegade happy to take this fight. Precision gives him the wiggles though, and it's very rare you see that happen to Renegade. Formal gets absolutely nuked out of his boots, and the ball drops down on glass.
Well, that was the break. This is the last attempt then from Envy to get hold of this ball and get it set up and try and keep this game alive. Descendants got hold of the shock. Need to see something magical, something memorable, something that will just give a little bit of energy to this squad, to this roster. Sadly, he's just eating nade after nade, and he can't connect with that shot either. And Renegade is just going to be more than happy to scoop that one up. 10 more points required for Optic.
Biggie in trouble. Renegade has the ball. And unfortunate for him, no matter how long he holds it, he will be the least ball time on his team, but he will not care one bit about that. Optic Gaming complete the round. Optic Gaming take the map and are one way from a grand finals.
It is sadly the way it looked like it was going to go. As soon as you saw that series layout, as soon as you saw that this was going to be map 3. And you have to wonder for Envy, is there anything left in the tank? They've given so much this tournament to get to this point. But now you have to dig so deep to try and reverse sweep Optic Gaming in the elimination finals. An Optic Gaming team that is heavily supported by this crowd here at the Halo World Championship as well. They have been behind the green wall all year long, all season long. As we look back at some of the highlights, and it was the Renegade show to kick us off. I had said how yesterday he had got that killing frenzy and he wanted the riot. He got close but couldn't quite get there. Well, he converts it this time in what was such a special and memorable play. Really beautiful to watch.
You'd be forgiven for thinking this is the Optic Gaming highlights. No, no, no. Dan said the Renegade show for a reason. The Renegade master, absolutely dominant against Envy. And in the series that Envy had against Luminon, I likened them to being light heavyweights. And that Optic Gaming and Shopify Rebellion would be those heavyweights, and Envy would have to punch above their station. But right now, they find themselves one away from elimination. One punch can land to send them to the map for the final time. An incredible performance from Optic Gaming, and for Envy, they look as though they could be going gentle into that good night.
Gentle into good night indeed. I just want to take a moment.
They're, like you said, they feel like they should 4-0 this series, and they are doing just that. My question is, like, Renegade has been the man this entire time. Like, I want to see the others kind of shine a little bit. I want to see Bound shining. I want to see Legend shining again, you know? That's what makes Optic so strong, is they have 4.
For making this whole thing possible and for allowing Dan and I to do what we love. It's been a dream.
He almost cried, almost got him, very close. But yeah, thank you so much, guys. It has been amazing, but of course, it's still not over. We still have to finish this series, and we still have to finish this entire tournament as well. Is Optic Gaming going to be 4-0ing their way into the grand final? Will Scherzi ever cry on camera? These are the questions I ask myself at night. But all I know is at the moment, the way Optic are playing, they are looking like a dominant force that are very much focused on Shopify Rebellion. Sadly for Envy, they are just flies in the way that are being swatted
Что за бред с Drops? Ничего, что он держит больше, чем я уже вот это по-любому достиг. Что за бред? А, подожди, что? Окей, хотя бы это у меня будет. Как это? Я ничего не понимаю. Это, кстати, хотелось бы тоже. Почему? Хейло. Я так понимаю, Drops... То, что Женя рассказывал, Drops сломались или что? Ну как это работает? Ну, тут шел прогресс, потом тут... Что за фигня?
And you have to wonder, what do Envy have left? It's so deflating to be in a situation like this, and as I said, it is not the first time it's happened.
Европейская Halo, кстати, оффлайн, так что не говорят. До 27-го, то есть... да.
You go so far, you dig so deep, you get to a point where you didn't even think you could make it, but then you just come up against what feels like a team that cannot be taken down, a team that is so set out on gaining that position back in the grand finals once more.
Envy даже один смогу
And Optic Gaming just feels like they are bullying
Envy
at this point.
top 3, top 3, top 3, top 3.
So much progress already made on his second hill.
Короче, да.
Optic Gaming are in cruise control.
Действительно топ 3.
Two members of Envy yet to register a kill. Precision 5 deaths without reply. Descendant 0 and 3. Optic Gaming double their lead and are already just 2 away from a clean sweep in this best of 7.
Still a couple of zeros on that side of Envy, yet to even register a kill. Which I think it says everything you need to know about this game. And it does feel more like a victory lap for Optic Gaming right now than an Envy comeback. And as much as I'd like to be optimistic for Envy, as much as I'd like to give them a chance here, it looks like Optic Gaming are far too strong in this moment. Camo has come up though, Piggy's been able to grab it. Perhaps that could be the lifeline. No, never mind, ripped away from them.
Legend steps inside the hill, and he clears out Descendant. Precision down to no shields, 7 deaths now, no kills. We don't want to keep harping on it, but you know he's starting to worry, he's starting to be concerned, and he'll start to play differently as a result of this, Dan.
This is incredible to watch from Optic's side. They have been flawless so far in this game. And it was something that had been highlighted before this tournament. King of the Hill, maybe a little bit of a weakness for the Green Wall. But what a chance it is to practice here. Because it feels like that. It feels like a practice game for them, ahead of what will be a much anticipated grand final at this point, between the two teams who deserve to be there. Bound has the sniper rifle now, and even though Envy are scoring, Bound is starting to be soaring, heading towards that hill and happy to take on anyone that ends up in his sight lines. There's another, it's a killing spree for him.
So comfortable it would seem, they're trying to hit trick shots. Piggy desperately trying to stay alive, but there's 2 members of Optic Gaming coming close to him, and he's also going to fall. Sniper rifle in the hands of the Frenchman, body shot good. Bandit's second shot finds the face, that's a kill. Optic Gaming so comfortable in this, and it's going to do their confidence the world of good. And this is the kind of response that we needed to see if they were going to match up against Shopify Rebellion and make sure the result goes a different way.
Oh, absolutely. The confidence builder they would have needed. And it's not wasted energy, right? They're going to probably get it done in 4 at this point as they find that 3rd hill. Envy just cannot keep up with Optic. And whilst we will remember an incredible tournament run for this Envy side, a top 3 finish at the Halo World Championship, if it stays this way, bar a miracle it seems at this point. Sadly, they have come up against an Optic Gaming who are just far superior at this point and very much knew what they had to do coming into this series. 3 dead for Envy. This 4th hill now inside is Optic Gaming. And they are beginning the charge, they are beginning the push onto Envy.
It's been clinical. It's been perfection. Flawless, phenomenal, keep using buzzwords. All to describe what Optic Gaming have been putting down. The show they put on. And Envy continued to struggle, because you even feel after they get 3 dead, it's only a matter of time. Optic Gaming spawn back up and retake control.
And I'm sure even in the minds of Envy, they probably know the inevitable at this point as well, but they are still giving it a bloody good effort. They have their feet in the hill, they get temporarily removed, but they will take the fight to Renegade. Jackson, though, will be the last to fall, and it's going to be more hill time, you'd imagine, now for Optic Gaming. Bound to be the one to step in alongside Formal. Piggy tries off spawn to push, but he does push alone, but he kind of had to. They're running out of time, or Envy. As Optic Gaming just need a few more seconds in this hill.
Just a couple more ticks then for the green wall. And Envy continue to throw numbers at it, continue to try and invest, but they're running out of time and they're running out of control. Formal steps inside, possibly his last tournament ever, and he's guiding Optic Gaming back to the grand finals.
Shopify Rebellion versus Optic Gaming. The grand final that was very much deserved at this tournament, expected by some. There was a mere stumble in the last tournament from Optic Gaming where they didn't make that grand final. But now they have made up for it here in Seattle. As for Envy, again, a huge congratulations for Envy, which what has been an unbelievable tournament run, a top 3 finish. But they came up against a green wall that looked unstoppable. Unstoppable in the elimination final. However, let's start to think about how good Shopify Rebellion have looked thus far. Can Optic find an extra gear now? Can we see performances like we just saw from Renegade in a grand final? Can we see the likes of Formal, the likes of Legend and Bound?
Вот скажите, кто-то сомневался в этой победе? Ладно. Окей. Бронзу забирает Envy. Без сомнений тут. 4-0. Так, ладно, финал. Завтра будет уже финал. Вот так вот финал. Завтра, ребяточки, финал будет. Поздно, я не хочу долго сидеть. Не, ну на самом деле нормально, 12. Это если оптики будут выигрывать, то будет сброс, тогда будет долго. Если Shopify выиграют, тогда да. Тогда будет 4-3, но это будет где-то уже в 2 ночи. А я не хочу... Стоп. Так уже час ночи по-старому, ё-моё. Я же думаю, что не так? Не, ребят, все, это... Да, по-любому пора заканчивать. Итак, сегодня до хера трансляция, у меня уже ноут просто умирает, плачет, я не знаю. Молит о пощаде. Мне его жалко. Так что завтра, не знаю когда, но завтра будем уже досматривать что-то. Финал. Очень интересно, кто выиграет. Я ставить не буду, это очень опасно, потому что кто его знает, что он будет. Вот. Очень жалко, к сожалению, этот чемпионат был неприятным сюрпризом для меня, потому что FaZe, SSG выиграли. FaZe вообще топ-12. Очень жалко их. Очень жалко Томми. Учитывая то, что они заняли 2-е место на своем мейджоре, и до этого занимали там 4-е место, 3-е место. В турнире LVT Pro League они заняли 3-е место. А тут 12, это просто... Что так, Английский, буду прощаться, до скорого, увидимся.